business. So we're missing two, the chair and the vice chair, so I'll start the meeting if that's all right with all the folks here. I know I'd say yes, see? That's why I said that. So, Mr. Dingfelder, let me call roll, and then we'll go right to John Dingfelder. Roll call.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Maniscalco. Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
And Vieira.
Mr. Dingfelder. Yeah, as soon as the scouts get here, they're also being detained. Yeah.
Council members, thank you. Good evening. I have here with me Archie Gianella, and we're here to honor his recently deceased wife, Vicki Collier. And I know many of you know Vicki very well over the years in a variety of contexts. She and Archie are good friends of Lynn and mine, and more importantly, great citizens of the city of Tampa. Very tragic. We lost Vicki recently, but we wanted to present her with this commendation posthumously through Archie. And I'll read it as follows. Vicki Collier loved our city and especially its neighborhoods. Vicki was a tireless activist who knew every inch of the city and knew how to work within the system to make positive change. Although often confined to a wheelchair, Vicki's contagious enthusiasm was never confined. As president of the Bayshore Gardens Neighborhood Association for 2 decades, Vicki was a frequent speaker right here at this podium at City Hall, often advocating late into the evening, not only for her neighborhood, but to improve other neighborhoods all across the city. As part of those efforts, she often helped council write legislation to make our streets safer and our neighborhoods stronger. She loved nature and was a protector of the bay as well as our trees and parks. Prior to appearing before various boards, including the ARC, the VRB, and City Council, Vicki always did a huge amount of research and was tremendously well prepared with rational arguments based on facts, not opinions or emotion. And while always passionate, persistent, and creative with her arguments, she remained professional and respectful in her presentations and never took any defeat or vote personally. Vicki's niece in the newspaper reminded all of us that Vicki will be remembered by her devotion and intense curiosity and caring for the lives of others. She had an incredible gift of bringing people together. Vicki's impact was so powerful that after her passing, signs popped up all over their neighborhood anonymously in Bayshore Gardens. They had angel wings on them, noting that, quote, her kindness left an eternal imprint on this world, and her love will forever live in our hearts. Though Vicki Collier may never grace this council chambers again, her heart, soul, and vibrant smile will shine over us forever. And Archie, I just wanted to say to you, not only your loss and our community's loss, but how much we appreciate your sacrifice, because for every hour Vicki was here with us, she wasn't with you. And we know you were home with the dog, but anyway, we just love you guys and appreciate all you've done for our city. So thank you. You want to say any words on behalf of Vicki?
Yeah. What I really want to say on behalf of Vicki is that she had both affection and respect for you all, both individually and as a council, as an institution. She was so proud to be a part of the workings of this community, and she knew about this before she passed away. I'm sure that you all know that, and it meant the world to her. So on her behalf and mine and all of our people here, I thank you guys very much.
Anyone like to speak? Councilman?
John, just a second.
I've got words. Thank you.
Councilman Goods, I believe, first.
Well, anytime John Dingfelder goes to the podium for accommodation, which is rare, that means that person was really loved by him, and that person had to have done a lot for communities. So I thank you for the work that your wife did for our communities, for the city, and God bless you all.
Anyone else?
Yes, Archie, you and I have known each other for, going on 30 years now. You and Vicky never had children, but yet she was a mother to a lot of children, especially us big kids that sometimes acted like children. There was a lot of times when Vicky and I didn't agree, but she always made me think, and I thank her for that. I often say that no one ever dies as long as someone speaks kindly about her. And as we have seen, there are a lot of people that are going to be speaking kindly about Vicky for many, many years to come. She's not gone. She's with us all.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Archie. You know, Vicky's be missed not only by herself and her friends, but she was the kind of person who loved people. And that seems to be natural. That's a rarity nowadays. Everybody wants to argue. She would tell you in a way and in a form that you knew she was displeased, but you never said it without a smile. And she never took it personal. And her voice meant a lot to me, and I listened every time she spoke. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for everything you committed to our community as well, as John just said. But Vicky was just such a great person and an inspiration to all of us and a mentor to all of us and to the neighborhoods, and did just so much to help our community. And so, you know, positive thoughts to her tonight, and thank you for coming in her honor.
Thanks, Councilman, very much.
And thank you very much, sir, for all your work, and especially during the holiday season. For you know, it's holidays can be a very wonderful time for families, but when you're missing somebody special, they can you know, be challenging. So God bless you in this time. I mean it. Thank you, sir.
Speaking of the holidays, Vicki and Archie were notorious for their annual Christmas morning party, and they invited everybody and anybody, and there were many strays there, including us sometimes. So.
And that party continues.
All right.
All right, Fred. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we usually do not begin night council meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, but here tonight, we have Boy Scout Troop 16. Oh, they're not here. Is everybody here?
Oh, they're here now?
They are.
I'm sorry, I apologize. They told me they weren't here.
Don't
Now they're
worry.
here.
So we have Boy Scout Troop 16 and Pack 16, representatives from them here who are going to be doing what they do best for God and country, and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Italian stallion Nicholas Nicolini. So if everybody, if you're able to do so, rise please for the Pledge of Allegiance. If y'all want to come forward.
Are they going up there?
And
But the podium's got a mic. You don't see it.
you all begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before we begin our very exciting land use hearings, if you find young men want to come up here and each tell us your name, tell us where you go to school, and what do you want to do when you get older?
Oh, where do I go to school?
Yep, your name, where you go to school, and what do you want to do when you get older if you know?
Oh, so my name is Heido DeBoer. I go to Henderson Hammock Charter School, and what I want to be when I grow up is I want to be an attorney for the military.
Attorney for the military?
Yes.
Okay, Jag, there you go. Well, I'm an attorney, so there you go. I came out all right. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Nicholas Michelini. I go to Town and Country Christian Academy, and I'd like to go in the Navy.
Great. Okay, 2 military men. Okay. And how about you there, Sport?
My name is Sergio Ferrer, and I'd like to be a surgeon for the military.
Wow, very patriotic young man. Sergio Ferrer, that is an old school cool name, man. That's great. Good for you. Well, guys, we really appreciate y'all coming here today. And anything else you guys want to say tonight? Y'all have the floor.
I don't think so. Yeah. No.
How about this, if I may? Tell me something that you've learned that's important to your life values and applications from the Boy Scouts or the Cub Scouts, Sergio, if you'd like. We'll start with...
I've learned a lot of knots that'll maybe help me in the military.
Okay, good.
And I've learned like first aid methods,
Mm-hmm.
stuff that'll probably help me too.
Okay, good. How about you?
I've learned a lot of like life skills that you need later on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not necessarily things I'd use now, but later on whenever I'm older.
Okay. How about you, Sergio?
Life safety, knots, and yeah.
Good for you, Sergio. Well, thank you guys very much. Anything from council members for these young men? Councilman?
Sergio, you're the man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Sergio's the man. Ain't he? He's the man.
I like
he's in charge, huh?
He's the leader.
Look,
Can
yo,
he be our
it's
official
always
mascot?
good. Well, it's always good when young people are active and doing good things. And best wishes to you all. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Men, we are always happy to celebrate any scout that gets their Eagle Scout. And I hope to see all three of you in here one day when we can celebrate you becoming an Eagle Scout.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? And one thing, which is stay into Scouts, continue in scouting. In scouting, you learn really good values about honoring your faith in God, your belief in your country, patriotism, your love of this great country, helping out in our community, and just how to be a better person and a good person, a respectful person. I think scouting is a wonderful thing, and the fact that all three of y'all want to serve in uniform, I think really speaks to that. Especially you, Sergio. You're the man. Thank you, guys. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we begin now with item number 1.
Chairman,
Yes, sir. Where's my agenda?
move, open the public hearings 1 through 15.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda. We have a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, there have been documents, writings that have been received in City Council's offices available for public inspection. I'd like a motion, please, now to receive and file those.
May I have that?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Goods, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any other housekeeping, sir? Or ma'am?
As far as housekeeping, we have 2 items that are requesting continuance. Those are items number 11, which is REZ 1952, and with that application, also the corresponding vacation, which is item number 10. I have the continuance request letters here.
Okay. And for these, does Mr. Gardner need to come up, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The applicant is here, Mr. Gardner. Again, items 10 and 11, they're requesting a continuance to the January 16th, 2020 evening city council hearing at 6 p.m.
Stuart Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. This is our first and hopefully only continuance request on this. It really relates to the vacating. CSX has an objection to it. They actually are selling their right-of-way, which is adjacent to it, but we're trying to provide a green space area to connect to the right-of-way, and that's necessitated some changes in our zoning site plan, and we're also going to retract the vacating of Fig and just continue with the vacating of Carmen. So that's an overview of the changes, and would respectfully request your January 16th hearing date.
Any questions, council? Okay, anyone here from the public here to comment on the continuance only for items number 10 and 11? Yes, sir.
10 and 11.
If anybody's here to do so, please come forward at this time. Okay, may I?
I see none.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
I'm so sorry. I don't think we need to swear in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you're here to speak on any item here tonight, please stand up if you're able to do so. Raise your right hand if you're able to do so. Prepare to be sworn in.
You swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. May I have a motion to continue these items, please?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, to the dates that were requested. And I forgot I couldn't hardly hear them.
January 16th, I think it was.
January 16th, the year 2020 at 6 p.m.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any other housekeeping?
Another item for continuance is REZ 1994, it's item number 12. I have that continuance application here, and the applicant is prepared to speak.
Good evening, Council. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson. We are asking for a continuance this evening to further refine our site plan. We have a couple of issues we need to look at. Primarily, the owner wants us to preserve as many trees as possible. And so what we've done is we've hired Mr. Ricky Pederica and Dark Moss to do his analysis and come in and make sure that we really are able to make the commitments to save the trees that we've made to the neighborhood and make sure we can really deliver on that promise. We also want to do some additional transportation analysis and then also continue to work with the community. So we request this continuance this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council on 12? Okay, yes, sir, any questions?
On 13, you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, pardon me, 13.
On 13.
It's 12, wasn't it?
So 13 has to be removed from the agenda.
Okay.
But any questions? Okay, is anybody here to comment publicly on item 12 in terms of the continuance only? If so, please come forward. May I have the motion to continue 12?
Did we have
So
a
moved.
motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Miranda, yes.
I'm just curious, was the date and time announced previously? What was it for?
No, they are requesting a continuance to the January 16th, 2020 hearing at 6 p.m.
Okay, how does that look? Pretty full, I assume now?
Yes, it's very full.
Okay,
I can check if you like.
January 16th, we have motion by Councilman Miranda, second, I think, by Councilman Maniscalco, I think. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So just for the folks who are here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Oh, it's item 12 will be when?
January 16th.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just to inform council, if I understand the way this is reading so far, it looks like, and this is the December 3rd calendar. Do you have Mr. Pruitt? It looks like there are, so far, mostly plan amendments on for that evening, beginning at 5:01 p.m., and there are 16, it looks like, between adoption and transmittal, just so council is aware. 16 for plan amendments, but those have already been, I believe, previously set by council, if I understand correctly. So I just wanted to just bring that to council's attention. But obviously, according to what I see here, you haven't yet reached the 13 limit of the rezonings, have you, after this?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
I see it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other housekeeping?
No, sir.
Okay. And then 13, has 13?
So
15
we
cannot
said-
be heard.
I made that.
12, there wasn't, we did a vote, didn't we?
Sir, item number
Oh,
13.
wait. Mr. Fu, did we not take a vote on
I
12?
do not recall a
Okay,
vote.
that's fine. That's fine. We'll do it just out of an abundance of caution. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to clarify the record, it's in the agenda, but item number 13 is REZ 1997. It cannot be heard as they did not file their notice affidavit.
Okay, so may I have a motion to remove?
Motion to remove, Mr. Chairman, but also that 13, whenever it comes up, I have to use myself. The trust that I run owns property adjacent to that property.
Okay. So I guess you'll be, will you be not voting on this motion?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by whom?
Me.
Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed?
And Mr. Miranda, would you like me to prepare that AD for today?
Whenever it comes, I'll do it.
Oh, so you're voting to remove it, but you're not?
No, he did not.
Oh, he did not?
I didn't vote either.
So this is a vote to abstain?
Right.
Mr. Clerk, would you record that as a vote to abstain?
The motion carried. The motion to remove the agenda item carried with Miranda abstaining on this item. Thank you.
And Mr. Miranda, if you like, I'll have that form for you next week.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Okay, any other housekeeping?
No, sir.
Okay, let's move to item number 1.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Items number 1 and 2, which item number 1 is VAC 1920, and item number 2 is RZ 1924. They're for the same property. These are both second readings for an alley vacation. as well as the second reading for plan development. The required changes have been made between first and second reading and are at the city clerk's office.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jimmy Cook, Planning and Development. Staff has no objections to item number 1 moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of Salvation Army. This is our second reading on the vacating request, and after 2 first readings, our second reading on the rezoning request. I think we've covered everything with this, but happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Anybody here to publicly comment on item number 1? If so, please come forward. May I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, second, I believe, by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, are you comfortable taking item number 1, sir?
File number VAC 1920, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning alleyway right-of-way lying west of Florida Avenue, south of East 7th Avenue, and north of East Henderson Avenue in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. The same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote. Do we, second reading?
A roll call vote.
Sorry, go ahead.
First reading.
Roll call vote. Dingfelder,
Second.
Yes.
Goods, Maniscalco, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Vieira.
Yes.
The motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, move to item number 2. Anyone here for item number 2?
I believe Mary covered both, but on this, the site plan, all revisions were made, and again, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant's attorney?
Move to close.
First, public comment. Anybody here to publicly comment on item number 2? If so, please come forward. Okay, motion to close by Councilman Miranda. Who would like to second that? Second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Miranda, sir, can you take item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2, file number REZ 19-24. An order is being presented for second reading and adoption. An order is rezoning property in general vicinity of 1603 North Florida Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, CI, commercial intensive, to RM24, residential multifamily, to PD, plan development, business, professional office, and emergency shelter facility, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Goods, Maniscalco, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
I'm sorry, and Carlson.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crew. We move on to item number 3.
Mary Samaniego, item number 3 is REZ 1973. This is an amended application from your hearing in October. It's a rezoning request for the property located at 1101 and 1115 East Hillsborough Avenue from Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive to Seminole Heights Plan Development for air-conditioned storage and private recreational facility with a bonus agreement.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. This first case is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Seminole Heights Urban Village. Due to the underlying future land use designation, the subject site is within an identified mixed-use corridor, and there's specific policy guidance within the plan regarding those corridors. It is also a transit emphasis corridor. Policy direction for those corridor guides what development is appropriate on those corridors. There is transit on this portion of East Hillsborough Avenue. Harts Route 34 connects the subject site to downtown Tampa and Net Park and the University Area Transit Center. The site is not within an evacuation zone. Onto the aerial. Here's the subject site.
Hillsborough Avenue. This is the interchange with 275. Giddens Park is to the rear. This portion of Hillsborough has a number of commercial intensive uses on it, and then you get predominantly single-family detached to the south. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site and all the properties in the red to the east and west are that community commercial 35. There is some residential 20 further down Giddens Avenue to the east, represented by the brown. Then immediately to the south, this is the park, and the properties to the south are all that residential 10 future land use, which is the tan color. And then you've got some community mixed use 35 on Nebraska Avenue, and to the north of the site, represented by the pink. The project site is within, again, that Seminole Heights urban village. The applicant is utilizing the additional intensity bonus through the agreement with the city's legal department to allow an additional 27,485 square feet of intensity. The maximum development typically permitted for a single-use structure under the community commercial 35 future land use category based on the acreage is 54,886 square feet. The proposed development based on the submitted site plan is providing for a maximum of 82,371 square feet. This is, the site is within an identified activity center within the Seminole Heights urban village. And based on that, the Planning Commission finds that the additional intensity is appropriate and compatible with the existing development pattern found along that portion of East Hillsborough. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan also recognizes East Hillsborough as a transit emphasis corridor and mixed-use corridor. While the proposed uses are consistent with the Community Commercial 35 category, the design and layout of the site is inconsistent with several of the policies that guide development in mixed-use corridors. The comprehensive plan promotes redevelopment patterns and streetscape improvements that transform the visual and physical character of mixed-use corridors by placing parking in the rear of the building, orienting buildings toward the street, and placing buildings close to the public sidewalk. So you need the building up to the proposed plan development includes a 3-story building that is located at the rear of the property, closer to the existing park to the south, and to single-family residences that adjoin the property to the west. Furthermore, the building is not oriented with East Hillsborough Avenue, and the location of the parking is at the front of the building. This design is inconsistent with the policy direction in the mixed-use centers and quarters section of the comprehensive plan, and those policies are listed in your report for your reference. In conclusion, the proposed uses are consistent with the development pattern on this portion of East Hillsborough and with that community commercial 35. However, the design is inconsistent with the policies guiding development, and based on that, Planning Commission staff is recommending to you this evening that this proposed rezoning be found inconsistent.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Thank you, Mr. Hay.
Thank you.
Mary Samaniego, Planning Development and Design Coordination. As I stated, this was an application that was brought before you at your October 10th hearing. At that meeting, you received public comment from the public as well as internal discussion among city council members. That the applicant went by and amended this application to include a use, that use being private recreational facility, and also moved one of the 2 buildings to the south. So this is now the proposed site plan that is before you this evening for adoption. Building A is in the same location as it was previously when you saw it in October, but now Building B has moved to the south. No longer fronts on Hillsborough Avenue, and the parking lot is now on the corner of Hillsborough and 12th. The square footage is approximately the same. As far as overall waivers that are required now, and there's an additional waiver that was now required that was not on the previous version, to urban design criteria 27-211.6C to allow Building B to be located 94 feet from the front property line in lieu of the 10-foot build-to line for Seminole Heights. Another waiver is to reduce the parking by 45% for 42 required down to 23 parking spaces. That parking space reduction has an inconsistent finding from transportation. The build-to line waiver from 94 feet from 10 has an inconsistency finding from urban design. The third waiver the applicant is requesting, 2072-8315, is to allow for all loading spaces to be 12 by 30. And then the last waiver, which was on the previous version of the plan, is to allow two waivers to the allowable building signs on the site, for which staff did find that consistent. If the city council approves this application this evening, there are changes between first and second reading that you can find in the staff report. Again, urban design did find this inconsistent because of the building placement of building B, and the transportation department did find it inconsistent because of the 45% parking waiver reduction request. And there's some minor changes from natural resources between first and second reading, however, they did find this consistent. Other than that, overall, the development review compliance staff did find this inconsistent because, again, of the parking waiver and the build-to line waiver. Do you have any questions for me at this time? If not, Rebecca Kirk from the legal department has an update regarding the development agreement as well.
Any questions? Okay, Ms. Curtin.
Thank you. Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. My office has previously submitted a substitute bonus provision agreement. The change between this and the previous one was a change in the improvement to which the money will be spent. It will now be spent on the Green Artery Perimeter Trail. If you have questions about exactly what that improvement is, the applicant can explain that to you. But I did want to let you know that if this does go forward on first reading, at second reading, you will have the bonus provision agreement to consider.
Any questions?
Yeah, what is that? What is that?
The applicant will need to explain to you more fully what that improvement is, but I'm just wanted to let you know that it was changed between the last time you were here.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm searching my all the papers. Was it this consistent the first time?
I think it switched. I believe it did. It was, yeah. Building position switched.
So now,
Yeah.
I believe that it was consistent.
Yeah.
pardon me?
Yes, I believe it was consistent.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and council. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza. I have the pleasure of representing Safeguard Storage this evening. I'm joined by Mr. Stan Bonilla, the Vice President of Development, here to my left. Also, our civil engineer, Mr. David Bell, and our transportation engineer, Mr. Michael Yates. To refresh your recollection, when we were continued, you want us to address the placement of the building primarily and shift the parking to the front and the building to the rear. That will require a waiver from the design guidelines of Seminole Heights, which requires that the parking be to the rear. So we're asking for a new waiver this evening in order to address Mr. Dingfelder's request that we reposition the building. We have done that. We have also included a 1,200 square foot community center for the neighborhood within the building. We have also moved the building to accommodate a tree. We have deleted the 12th Street entrance and exit, which was a concern of the neighborhoods. So there's no longer a waiver of the local road entrance and exit, so that waiver is gone. We have revised the development agreement. The consideration to the city remains the same, $184,000. However, the improvement has been moved about a block further towards the project from 34th Street, and this includes what's called the Green Artery program of the city. Faye, a city representative, is here this evening to explain the Green Artery program if you'd like to speak to her about that. But that contribution for the development agreement will be spent on that improvement. In summary, we have heard your concerns. We heard the concerns of the neighbors. We've come back with a revised site plan. All of the revisions that have been summarized to you by Ms. Samiego are acceptable to us, and we can provide those revisions on a revised plan as prepared by Mr. Bell. We've heard your concerns, and we respectfully request your approval this evening, and I reserve the remainder of my comments for any rebuttal or questions if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilman Goods.
I'd like to hear about the bonus density money, the green artery. Mr. Crandall?
If you can answer that, Mr. Randolph, or your clients, or Ms.
I can
Kurt?
tell you in general what the trail is. It's a proposed 22-mile trail that's going to be connecting city parks, and it's going to be a multimodal trail. And the portion that will be, the funding will go to, will be inside the multimodal zone for East Tampa, and will be closer to the project. Beyond that, the applicant's going to have to explain the details of the project.
Any other questions? Sir.
Mr. Goose, the development agreement states that the bonus payment shall be used for an improvement for the city's Green Artery Perimeter Trail, a portion of which is located in the East Tampa zone and provides a multimodal perimeter connection throughout the city.
Any other questions? Okay. Is anybody here from the public here to comment on item number 3? If so, please come forward. Come forward, sir. Is anybody else here to comment on 3? Okay. Any other than these two individuals? Anybody else? Okay. Go ahead, sir. Begin.
Good evening, Councilor. My name is Mike Marino. I live at 4805 North Fremont Avenue in Tampa. 10 years ago, I was a restaurant owner in Seminole Heights. I was a little too early for all the new eruption of business that's occurring there. And in October, I happened to be watching this particular show. I'm going to call it a show. Is that proper? I don't know. Anyway, I was kind of taken back by some of the objections for this particular building construction. I have to add to that, I have a little company called Marino and Son. We do little home makeovers and cleanups and things of that nature. I was hired by the owners of the property to go over there and take a look at it, see what needs to be done to spice it up and spruce it up. And I was appalled. Across the street, of course, the cops were at the motel taking somebody to jail. And when we pulled in with our trailer, there were people living in the back corner of the building. And the urine smells were just atrocious. And it was a tough day, to say the least. So we earned our money. Seminole Heights is now, as we all know, coming alive. And that particular thoroughfare, that Hillsborough Avenue, is still a tough section. It needs everything and anything it can to start building, good things. Even though the storage might not be the greatest thing that is making the neighborhood happy, but it's a positive imprint in the neighborhood. And I think what it will do, it will cause other business owners to say, if they are willing to invest in that sector, I think it's really important that we start looking deeper into it. So tonight, I highly recommend that you, with your show, approve of this ordinance, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mike, we don't know if we're a reality show or a comedy show.
Just approve it and forget about it.
Suspense show. And there was one other individual. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Faye Miller. I live at 7310 Park Drive. The Green Artery Trail is a 22-mile trail that'll go around the city from Seminole Heights through Sulphur Springs, a river walk, through Ybor East down the east side of the city and go back through the 22nd Street Park back over in Seminole Heights again. So it's one big loop. I just heard about this project yesterday, so, I understand the neighborhood association was not in favor of it initially, but that they have made, come to an agreement and that they all, are in favor of it now. So the Green Artery is in favor of that trail, in favor of the building going forward, and we are delighted, that we were approved for the bonus of the project. But if you have any more questions about the trail, I'd be happy to answer them. It's going to be an extremely beautiful trail going along the river and through, the city, following the river and the river walk, and then coming back through Seminole Heights. and East Tampa.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for? Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else here to publicly comment on item number 3? If so, please come forward. Ma'am.
Mary Samaniego, just to clarify the record, something Mr. Miranda asked earlier. When the previous site plan came forward on the October 10th meeting, there was an inconsistency finding from transportation because there was still a parking waiver and there was access to a local, for commercial traffic, the local street being 12th. The current plan still has inconsistency finding from transportation, but now you also have an inconsistency with urban design as well as the planning commission. So I wanted to clarify the record.
Thank you. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. I think we all recall there were quite a few neighbors here in opposition last time from the Seminole Heights area there. In addition to the improvements or the changes that you've made on the site plan, did you have a chance to talk with them in the interim? Or, I mean, they're not, it doesn't appear they're here. So
Mr. Bonilla did with Safeguard, if you'd like to speak to Mr. Bonilla.
yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, come on forward.
Good evening. My name is Stanley Bonilla, Senior Vice President.
You were sworn already?
I was sworn in?
Thank you.
All right. So yes, I've spoken with a number of the community residents, spoke with San Lassiter several times, spoke with, if you remember, the concern initially for the building placement was the shop across the street on 12th Street. There was the pawn shop there. He's facing 12th Street, so by building to the property line, he was blocked. I went to his shop, met with him the day I went and met with the staff here, showed him the new plan. He was very happy. I actually have an email from him that I could share with you saying, thank you very much for showing, thinking of us and working with us. When I first met with him, I promised to continue communicating with him. We did that, and I think the plan that we were able to put together, it ultimately is better for everybody. It's better for him. It functions better for Safeguard. We still have the community center in there, which we're very happy about. So ultimately, we did speak with a number of the neighborhood people, and at the end of the day, they were supportive. When I spoke with Stan yesterday, he stated that they weren't supportive of it. He wasn't able to make it tonight, and I guess since they weren't opposing it, nobody else showed up either.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We also renoticed the neighborhood and reposted 3 signs on the property announcing this hearing this evening.
Any, I guess,
I have
rebuttal?
nothing further to add or request your approval this evening.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council?
Mr. Chairman,
I will go.
just a reminder that on this one, number 3 is the substitute ordinance on your agenda. And again, the resolution will be held to the second reading. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office was made aware that there is a substitute ordinance to the substitute ordinance that would be walked on. I don't know if that's still the case.
Do you have that in your possession?
We did not receive it. Sandy Marshall received an email to that effect from legal.
Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department, that was a substitute to the bonus provision agreement, not the ordinance, the substitute ordinance.
All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll be more than happy
Go ahead, sir.
to read. I'd first like to congratulate the petitioner on working with the people and going to change the needs that they have. Substitute ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1101 and 1115 East Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification, SHCI, Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive, to SHPD, Seminole Heights Planned Development, air-conditioned storage, and private relocation, providing an effective date, including waivers, and a resolution will be set forth before second reading. As the petitioner has met the burden of proof.
We have a motion by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
The motion carried with Dingfelder? Correction, the motion carried with Goods and Maniscalco voting and Vieira voting no.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, please. Dingfelder?
Aye on the motion, yes.
Goods? Maniscalco?
No.
Vieira?
No.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Carlson. Again, the motion carried with Goods, Maniscalco, and Vieira voting no. Second reading and adoption will be on January 9th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Next, we move to item number 4.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 4 is for the application REZ 1988. The property address is 611 and 613 Danube Avenue. And I'll pass this over to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We remain in the central Tampa planning district for this case, more specifically the Davis Island Urban Village. The subject site there is transit up near the hospital. That's served by Hart's Route 19. It's on Davis Island, so it's within a level A evacuation zone, and it's also within the coastal high hazard area. And the closest public recreation facility to this residential use would be Davis Island Park, which is 0.6 miles to the north. On to the aerial. Here's the subject site. We have predominantly a single-family detached pattern down at this end. This, of course, is Peter O. Knight Airport, and then you've got some port-related activity further to the east. The commercial core of Davis Island is located to the north up here. On to the future land use map. Here's the subject site. The subject site and all the properties surrounding it in that tan color, all that residential 10. The airport to the south is the public, quasi-public, represented by the blue. You have a less dense category, the Res 6, represented by the yellow, to the west. And then you could see some actual higher densities, Res 20, Res 35, and the community commercial 35, representing the core of the neighborhood. The applicant is requesting to go to that residential single-family 50 zoning district to allow for 2 single-family detached residential units. This would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for a development pattern up to 10 dwelling units per acre based on that residential 10. Planning Commission staff did an analysis of the density within the area. Residentially developed parcels fronting Danube Avenue between Cayuga Avenue and Hudson Avenue have an existing density of 5.26 units per acre. The subject site, with 2 residential units being proposed, would be developed at a density of 6.25 units per acre. The proposed density would be consistent with that residential 10 future land use category. Based on that, staff found that the development would be of a similar form, height, scale, and lot pattern of the surrounding residential uses. And based on that, Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that this be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
Ryan Manassi with Planning. Again, item number 4, rezoning 1988 is before you. It's a Euclidean rezoning from the zoning district RS60 to RS50. Through this process, there are no waivers may not be requested as part of this application. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property again from RS60 to RS50 residential single family to allow for the detached single family residential lots. The property currently includes 2 platted lots, lots 9 and 10, of Block 89 of Davis Islands Country Club section. Lot 9 is 50 by 134, which equals 6,700 square feet, and Lot 10 is 55 by 137, which is 7,535 square feet, for a total site area of approximately 14,235 square feet. The property is currently vacant, and it's located 6 lots to the south of Danube Avenue and Cayuga Avenue intersection. It is surrounded by detached single-family residence to the north, south, east, and west in the RS60 zoning district. Development must adhere to all City of Tampa regulations at time of permitting. I put the aerial map up to give you a vicinity of the area as I go on to the next part. Policy 9.3.8 of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan does state that the residential development projects on the physical development pattern and character of the surrounding area and require mitigation of negative off-site impacts. The Davis Islands, the Country Club section subdivision was originally platted in 1925 with lots that ranged in width from 40 feet to 97 feet with a typical average lot width of 50 feet and a depth varying from 109 feet to 217 feet. This section of the Davis Islands subdivision contains 17 blocks. The subject property is located on Block 89 of the subdivision on lots 9 and 10. The subject application seeks to reestablish the original platted lots to create 2 buildable lots. The overall area of the analysis includes a portion of Davis Islands plat. The overall area of the analysis included 117 total zoning lots, which were developed parcels. 59 or 50% of these lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 58 lots or 50% have been developed with a width of 59.99 or less, and those are typically historically platted lots. Pursuant to the review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 26 total zoning lots. 9 or 35% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 17 lots or 65% have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. And again, that's typically a historical platted lot. The 600 block of West Paxton Avenue on both sides of the street contains 23 total zoning lots. 12 or 52% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 11 or 48% of them have been developed with a width of 59.99% or less. A total of 77% of the subject block face has been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Through this analysis, staff did find the proposed request to rezone consistent with the existing development pattern of the area. There are historic landmark structures. There's none within 1,000 feet, and I'd like to show you a few staff photos from the area. So going back to the aerial, I'll go in a clockwise pattern in this area. So the subject site, it's gonna be 611, 613. This is going southeast, 615, 616, 612, going northwest across, 610, 608, 603, 605, and 609. Again, staff did find this this rezoning consistent, and we are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Applicant?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing Mark Mobley on 611 and 613 Danube. As the staff has pointed out, they've completed their review, and the Planning Commission and the city staff both found it consistent. This particular end of Davis Island is more typical of the smaller lots, and there's a mixed development pattern, but most of them seem to be developed on 50-foot lots, as the staff has pointed out. 77% of the block face is developed as 50% or 50-foot lots. These are unusual lots in that they are extremely deep. They're 134 and 137 feet deep, respectively. And when we went around, we did not receive any comments or letters indicating that there was any opposition. We did receive some phone calls indicating that they were supportive. With respect to the sites itself, I think the staff pointed out to you, and you can see on the aerial photograph, that this is the subject site here, and then you can visually see that a lot of those lots that are developed in very small, they're 50-foot lots. The second part of that is we went around and we also identified an area that was slightly larger than, than the subject property site. This is a subject property here in red, and then all of what you see in blue are sites that are developed at 50 feet or less. I also did a site windshield survey to demonstrate to you exactly what kind of houses are existing. And these are adjacent properties, 50-foot lots. This one is a newer structure, but it's developed on a 50-foot lot. This is 615, which is adjacent to it, going to the south, sort of southeast, 50-foot lot. This is the subject site, and it's been vacant for quite a while. And then this is another property. This is slightly to the north of that. So the adjacent properties and the ones across the street are all developed on smaller scale lots. We believe that we have met the burden of proof regarding these sites and their development. As I said, the city staff has found them to be consistent. If we cannot apply any waivers to these lots as they are currently developed, or as being requested for RS-50. If there is some sort of waiver in the future, it has to be applied for separately. I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions. As I said, we haven't received any letters or notices of objection or concerns regarding this.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, next we move to public comment. Ma'am, you may come up if you want to speak. If anybody's here to speak on item number 4, you may come forward at this time. Other than this nice lady coming up, anybody else here to speak on item number 4? Okay,
I've
go
never
ahead,
done this before, so I probably didn't follow all the correct.
And if I may, ma'am, what is your name, if I may ask?
What do I need to do?
Just your name.
Leslie Shumlick.
And have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, there you go. Well, Mr.
That's
Freer,
why
if you
I was-
don't mind. And if
okay.
anybody else is going to be speaking here this evening and has not been sworn in, please stand up if you're able to do so and prepare to be sworn in.
You swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Okay, I am here, and I guess I didn't write letters, but I did talk to the neighbors, and most of the neighbors, I've lived on Davis Island on Luzon, the next block over, since 1981. So I've been there a while. And I know Nora and Gary, which are in the home to the, as he referenced on the site plans and pictures, that they're to the south of these two, of this lot. And everyone kind of has the attitude, well, it's a done deal. You know, they're gonna, whatever. And I guess I figured it's not a done deal. If you've got a variance review board and you've got open discussion, it's not a done deal. So I'm here even though everyone else is kind of like complacent about it. I'm here because the issue of flooding is what I see as the major problem. I noticed over the last few years with the increase in building that flooding has increased. Davis Island is known for flooding. Danube is especially known for flooding. I mean, there's been times where at the south end of Danube, you've got people kayaking after a heavy rainstorm. So flooding can be an issue. Now, in the last few years, as I said, I've lived there since '81, and I never had any flooding in my yard up until the last couple of years. And I would say I live on a high point. That's why I don't have flooding, because there is flooding frequently in other places. The last couple of years, after the buildings have been going up excessively, and especially there's a house behind me that's large, and Don Hughes is the builder, and I'm sure he followed code. I'm sure he did everything that Mobley Homes and Mr. Michelini are saying they're going to follow everything to the letter T and do everything right. It still does not prevent flooding. It increases flooding. My yard now, the side yard and the backyard, have 2 to 4 inches of water standing on there after almost every rain now. So I know that as you build, you're going to have more flooding. The lot in question always floods when there's rain. In fact, the sidewalk usually is impassable after rain, and sometimes the street in that area is flooded also, which happens frequently on Davis Island. So we just detour around and wait till the water goes down. But I know your considerations are for safety and the welfare of the community, and And I think with flooding, that is a safety issue and a welfare issue. And I do know that, that it just to me is common sense that if you put 2 homes, and I know they're gonna go by the codes for impervious land use, and everything's gonna be done correctly, supposedly, but that also doesn't take into consideration the amount of land cover that happens after building permits. There's things that are not permitted that get travertine tile pool areas and things like that. But is my time up?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Anyway, I think you can go by all the codes. You can do nothing wrong by putting 2 houses there maybe, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. I think the right thing to do is to look at the consequences of putting 2 houses versus 1 lovely home. And I'm here to suggest that you look at alternatives of how to use that land use to the best of what benefits the community the best.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your time and words. Anyone else here to publicly comment on item number 4? Mr. Mick, go ahead, sir.
Question, staff. You heard the young lady's comments about flooding and any response from staff in regard to those concerns?
Councilman, this is a utility rezoning, so they would have to meet all code at time of permitting if they're going to be building any kind of single-family structures if you were to grant this Euclidean request. So as far as the flooding.
So does stormwater review this rezoning or for that matter, any even a PD rezoning for flooding issues, or do they just wait until permitting?
Mary Samaniego, again, with Euclidean rezonings, we're not looking at a site plan. With the PD, it is evaluated for stormwater, but this isn't a PD, this is Euclidean, so stormwater will be evaluated through construction services at time of permitting. So yes, they still have to comply with the stormwater code, it just, we don't review it at this time, it's reviewed with the building permit for each house.
And they're required to retain a certain level of storm on site?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and they have to, each lot has to have at least 25% green space as well. I know the property owner discussed the amount of total impervious area. Per the code, 25% of each residential lot has to remain green space.
And she had mentioned about the pool surfaces, that sort of thing, and if the builder wanted to include pools, that would come into that calculation of impervious, correct?
Yes, sir. 25. Yes, 75% of the lot can be covered with building, driveways, sidewalks, pavers, pools, accessory buildings, but 25% has to remain green space.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. McLean.
Steve McElhaney. One of the things that's important to remember is that technical standards like stormwater can't be waived. So there is no provision for allowing for more space. We have to meet the code for the plans that are developed, and as the staff has pointed out, you have to maintain 25% of open space that is pervious, as opposed to the house, the pool, or any other accessory structures. And that includes the garage, sidewalks, driveways. So usually the post condition after development is better than the existing condition with respect to stormwater, because you have to treat it on site before it goes off site. Rainwater may be going on to vacant lots now and it may be flooding, but that's not controlled runoff. When you develop a site, you have to control the runoff. So. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. May I have a motion to close? Motion to close by Councilman Good, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilman Maniscalco, do you feel comfortable taking item number 4?
Sure. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 611 and 613 Danube Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to RS50, providing an effective date. The petitioner has met their burden of proof and has provided competent and substantial evidence in the record that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code.
And Councilman Dingfield, did you want to second that, or do you have a question?
No, I have a comment on the motion.
Go ahead.
Do you have a second?
Do we have a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I think there is legitimate concern all over the city about flooding, and we don't want to exacerbate the flooding. But our focus here really is about whether or not these, we should allow two homes where perhaps a long time ago one home stood. Not really sure. It's hard to tell because that lot's been grassed over for a long time. But anyway, but in this particular case, we have to rely on this this colorful map that's been given to us by staff. And on this particular block face, it's unusual, but virtually all the lots on the side of the street that the rezoning is occurring are in this blue color, which indicates basically 50-foot lots or thereabouts. And then, but what's really unusual is across the street, they're bigger lots. So for some reason, the developers over time, or the folks who made the plat, split Danube in half. So on the right side of the street, it's 50-foot lots. On the left side of the street, it looks like 60 or larger. It's a little unusual situation, but I don't see any reason to deny this particular property owner this request, because, like I said, everything on that side of the street, the odd number side of the street, is consistent with that 50-foot development. I'll support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on January 9th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, on to the next one, number 5.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 5 is application REZ 1998 for the property address at 3515 West Euclid Avenue. This is a Euclidean rezoning request from RS60 to RS50, and I'll let the Planning Commission take over.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We moved down to the South Tampa Planning District for this next case. The subject site is located within the Bayshore Beautiful neighborhood. There is transit within the surrounding area, actually on Euclid. The subject site is in a level B evacuation zone, and the closest recreation facility is Corona Park, which is 0.4 miles to the north of the subject site. Here we have the aerial. This is the subject site. It's on the northeast corner of Himes and Euclid. This area is predominantly single-family detached, though the south side of Euclid has some offices. You could see further to the southwest is Britton Plaza. And then you could see the Leroy Selman Expressway. There is an off-ramp actually here that drops from the highway onto Euclid about a block to the east. On to the future land use map. The subject site and the properties to the east, west, and north, all in that tan color, are the residential 10. The south side of Euclid goes up to a residential 20. That represents that kind of office that you're seeing through there. And then as you get to Britton Plaza, the red is the community commercial 35, and there's also some community mixed use 35 to the south of the subject site. Like Ryan had stated previously, the subject site is seeking that residential single-family 50 zoning district to allow for the development of 2 single-family detached residential units. Residentially developed parcels fronting South Himes Avenue, excluding the subject site, have an existing density of 5.48 units per acre. The subject site, with 2 residential units being proposed, would be developed at a density of 7.4 units per acre. Proposed density would be consistent with the development pattern anticipated under that residential 10 future land use category. Overall, the subject site would be developed in a similar form, height, scale, and lot pattern of the surrounding residential uses. Further, the rezoning supports the policy direction of the comprehensive plan related to the South Tampa Planning District by providing diverse housing opportunities with access to transit. This rezoning would not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the Bayshore beautiful neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the rezoning request consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, Councilman Dingfelder?
David, can you elaborate or clarify when you say diverse housing opportunities?
Based on the policy?
Based on the policy, what you just said.
The comp plan typically looks at providing a wide range of housing choices, large lot, small lot, and then if you were in an appropriate category with density, single family, attached, and multifamily. This is in a residential 10 category. Multifamily is not permitted. So we would be looking at different lot sizes as a diverse housing type.
So it's basically a single family house, it's just a smaller lot.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Manassi, Planning. Again, item number 5 is REZ 1998, and it's before you as a Euclidean rezoning request. Waivers may not be requested as part of this application. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property located at 3515 West Euclid Avenue from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family to allow 2 detached single family residential lots. The property currently includes 2 platted lots, lots 56 and 57 of Belmar Revised Unit Number 8 block or plat. Lot 56 is 55 feet by 110 feet, which comes out to 6,050 square feet, and lot 57 is 55 feet by 110 feet, which comes out to 6,050 square feet, for a total site area of approximately 12,100 square feet. The property is currently occupied by a detached single-family residence constructed in 1954. The property is located on the northwest corner of West Euclid Avenue and South Himes Avenue intersection. It is surrounded by detached single-family residence to the north, south, east, and west, and single-family residential RS50, and then single-family residential RS60, and residential office RO1 zoning districts. The development must adhere to all City of Tampa land development regulations at time of permitting. Going into the staff analysis, I'll put the map up. The Belmar Revised Unit Number 8 subdivision was originally platted in 1927 with lots that range in width from 50 feet to 160 feet, with a typical average lot width of 60 feet and a depth varying from 110 feet to 124 feet. This section of the Belmar subdivision contains 8 blocks. The subject property is located on lots 56 and 57. The subject application seeks to reestablish the original platted lots to create 2 buildable lots. The overall area of the analysis includes portions of Belmar Revised Unit Number 8 subdivision plat. The overall area of the analysis included 59 total zoning lots, 54 or 92% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 5 or 8% have been developed with a width of 59.99 or less. And those are typically historically platted lots. Pursuant to review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 16 total zoning lots. 14 or 88% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. And 2 or 12% of those developed lots with widths of 59.99 or less. The 3500 block of West Euclid Avenue on both sides of the street contains 7 total zoning lots. 7 or 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with widths of 59.99 or less. A total of 14% of the subject block face has been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Staff has identified the existing development pattern in the study area. Subject block address range and block face are composed primarily of lots greater than 60 feet in width. Staff finds the proposed reestablishment of the original platted lots inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the block face and subject block address range and overall study area. There were no historic landmark structures within 1,000 feet, and I will show you some site photos. So here is the subject property. This is east, south, south number 2, west, and then north. Again, the Development Review and Compliance staff has found this request inconsistent, and staff is available for questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
You said inconsistent?
I thought it was
Inconsistent.
I thought it was consistent.
Kind of slurred through it.
Steve McElhaney representing Craig Kinchlow, who is the petitioner and also the owner of these properties. This is a family property that they're planning to develop for their own use. And I have 2 letters of support from adjacent property owners at 3514 Euclid and 3511 Euclid. I also have a little expanded kind of view of what we're dealing with here. And I think that, you know, the staff, when they did their analysis, they stopped east of Himes. And everything to the west of Himes is all zoned RS50. You see two lots here that were developed with the houses facing Himes, and that's what the proposal is here, if the council agrees to the rezoning, is to flip the lots and orient them toward Himes, away from all of the traffic and the congestion that occurs along Euclid. I have the traffic reports regarding accidents for the last, from 2017 and 2018, and there were 17 incidences of accidents at this intersection. This is a typical day for the off-ramp, which is adjacent. If you look here, this is a subject property, and then this is the off-ramp for the crosstown. It dumps right off of there and places the traffic right in front of those properties. So I think there are some mitigating conditions here. We also have commercial properties all along the other 2 sides of the intersection here, on both the east and the west sides of Himes at Euclid. This is the off-ramp on a typical afternoon. And this is how the traffic stacks up. This is just one lot immediately to the east of this property. And quite honestly, somebody that wants to build a single-family house at the corner of Euclid and Himes should be applauded. Instead of coming back into you and asking for a land use amendment, that this could possibly be considered for commercial through a land use amendment and zoning, which normally is what happens on these corner lots, especially on these busy intersections. This is directly in front of the subject property. The subject property is here, and this is what happens on a frequent basis at that intersection. This is also accidents. This is the same intersection looking in front of this property. Same intersection. Your traffic volumes are, right now, they are 7,728 traffic vehicles per day on Euclid. What we'd like to do is to orient the houses, as I said, toward Himes. That would allow a 6-foot masonry wall, so it would isolate those homes, and that you would have some quiet enjoyment of that property. As the staff pointed out, you have a mix of residential 10, which is a single-family residential. You have residential 20, community commercial 35, and community mixed-use 35, all within the immediate vicinity of this property. So again, they're not trying to push the envelope here. They're trying to stabilize that corner in a reasonable manner. As I said, the staff has pointed out this is 20, this is the 35, and then you have Britton Plaza here. This is a very busy intersection. And like I said, the staff only analyzed the east side of this to see if it was compatible or not. And you can also see in here that there are irregular lots configurations. And I think that, this property owner, like I said, is taking a big risk by putting single family on that corner. And we do have the support of the neighbors who responded to us. This is a Euclidean zoning. We have to meet all of the codes. We can't seek any waivers through this process. I'll be happy to give you the accident reports if you like them, listing in 2017 and 2018, and that was covered from May until June of 2018. I believe that we have met the burden of proof required for a compatible infill development, and it does deserve some consideration because directly across the street all of that property is zoned RS50, and this is a corner lot, and the one corner across the street is already developed with the orientation of 2 homes with an RS50 designation, and the 2 other corners are commercial and professional. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. But again, this is a petition for the owner, and they plan to live in one of the homes themselves.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. If anybody's here to publicly comment on item number 5, please come forward at this time. Motion to close by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilman Goods, I think it's your turn if you are able to do so, sir. And Councilman Dinkfelder?
Yeah, just wanted to say one thing before we get into the motion. Again, I'm not a huge fan of lot splits, but in this particular case, I agree completely with Mr. Michelini. It's an unusual corner, a very, very, very busy corner. I am surprised that it didn't go commercial instead. And I appreciate the fact Mr. Michelini brought out the point that across the street is the mirror image of what they're looking to do. So I don't think it's particularly out of character.
Thank you, sir. Councilman, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number REZ 19-98. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3515 West Euclid Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
We have a second. We have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on January 9th at 9:30 a.m.
Ma'am?
Item number 6 is application Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 6 is application REZ 1999. This is for the property address at 4201 East 12th Avenue. This is a Euclidean rezoning request going from RM16 to CG, and I'll pass it over to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. We're back in the Central Tampa Planning District for this case. There is transit within a half mile of the site to the south. It's located within a level E evacuation zone. It's also, there is a recreation facility 1/4 of a mile to the northeast. Here's the aerial. This is 7th is to the south. You go up. This is 43rd Street. It dead ends into Interstate 4. As you can see, the predominant pattern is heavy commercial, light industrial type development, but there are pockets of older neighborhoods back in this area. On to the future land use map. The subject site and the properties along North 43rd Street, represented by the red, is that community commercial 35. As you go west, it turns into that transitional use 24. That's the category that allows industrial, residential, and commercial. If you move to the south towards 7th and Broadway, it actually turns into more of a light industrial and then heavy industrial south of the railroad tracks. There's also light industrial to the north near the intersection of Columbus and 19th. There's a residential portion of the neighborhood that's located further to the east around 47th Street. That's a residential 20, future land use category. The project site is within that community commercial 35, which allows consideration for intensive and general commercial uses. The proposed commercial general district is consistent with that community commercial 35 future land use category. Staff would note that there is residential uses that abut the site, so we would encourage the applicant to and the city to ensure that when development occurs that the appropriate buffering and screening is provided to ensure that any negative impacts are mitigated for. In conclusion, the request is within the character of the surrounding area and is consistent with that long-range development pattern encouraged under that community commercial 35 future land use category. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Ryan Manassi, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Again, item number 6 is before you for first reading. It's a Euclidean rezoning for the property at 4201 East 12th Avenue. And this rezoning request is for, again, RM16 to CG. Through the Euclidean rezoning request or rezoning process, no waivers can be requested through this application. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to RM16, from RM16 to commercial CG, commercial general, to allow for the development of the property with commercial general uses. The 0.29 acre property is located 2 lots to the west of the East 12th Avenue and North 43rd Street intersection. The property is currently vacant. The property is surrounded by residential multifamily 16 or RM16 zoning districts to the north, south, east, with detached single-family residence, and industrial general IG zoning districts to the west has an air-conditioned storage use. The development must adhere to all applicable City of Tampa development regulations at time of permitting, including required use-to-use buffering. This application will allow for the subject property to be fully developed under CG zoning district standards, which are outlined in your staff report. There are no historic landmark structures within 1,000 feet of this property, and I'd like to show you the site pictures. This is the subject site. This is to the east, to the north, and the second photo to the north. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code, and staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Applicant?
Hi, I'm Jorge Castro. I'm sorry, it's the first time with the meeting with the city. I'm all there for the property. The reason I wanna change the zoning, because right now is our aim is 16 to building 16 apartment, but that is not functional for me. So I would like to build in my office in the first floor and my house in the second floor.
Okay. Anything else, sir? Nada más? Anything else? That's all right.
Yes, it's the to park in my commercial pickup, putting my stuff there is the only way that I can do that is change this the zoning for my property.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone here to publicly comment on item number 6? If so, sir, come on. Other than this gentleman coming up, anybody here else to comment on 6? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Michael Lavasser. I live at 4202 East 11th Avenue, south of the property that's in question tonight, or to try to get rezoned. My concern is I've lived in the neighborhood since 2005, 15 years, and it's, residential area. I have kids, and with it being rezoned, I think the vehicles coming down my road, even though it's one road over, wrong direction, something like that, or things could happen, and it's been a residential neighborhood for a number of years, and You know, like I said, I raised my family there, and my concern is just having a commercial right beside it. And I live probably 50 yards from what the proposed location is, and, you know, it's just, I don't want vehicles coming in, 12 o'clock at night, midnight, I can't say nothing, you know, because it's commercial zoned. And that's probably all I got to say on the situation.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time and words. Anyone else here to publicly comment on item number 6? Okay. Mr. Castro, do you have anything else to say, sir, in rebuttal? Do you anything else to say?
I got that property for, I think, 2 years, and I never invited any neighborhood, anybody there. If you see the map, this is a property, and the property, my property is in dead end, so it's no traffic there. This guy, he live in another dead end, so never is some vehicle coming to my property. It's coming this way to here to my property. He is my back neighbor right here, so never I will invite him because I coming to here, right? I think, my opinion, the reason that he's here, because this neighbor, when I bought the property, we found it, that he take more than 500 feet in my property. His fence is 5 feet inside my property for 22 feet long. I spent 10 months and he moved the fence. I went everywhere. As I sent him more than 10 letters. And I never received the answer. The last one letter, we told him that we're ready to go to the court because he got his fence, and you can see here, and his shelf inside my property. And we told him that we're ready to go to the court because it's 10 months that we don't receive any answer. His wife sent me the email and told me that they will move the fence and the shelf. They spent 2 more months to move that. They never moved. I sent her, I will move the fence to the line of my property tomorrow. So next day, I went with my guy to move the fence, and this guy coming with his son, is around 15 years old, something like that. I already put the fence in the floor. And his wife coming also. I explained her, I will move. She asked me why I'm putting down the fence. I explained her to put in my property line. So this guy crossed to my property line, take the old fence in bad way, and he take out all fence. I think it's why he's here today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think we can in any way prejudge one way or the other a fence line regarding a zoning issue that we have before us. There might be a dispute between 2 neighbors, but I can't hold that, in my opinion, for me voting one way or the other, whether I vote yea or nay for a fence issue.
Yep, and I agree that has no bearing or relevancy to my decision tonight. I would agree with Councilman Miranda. Any other comments before council before we take a motion to close? Okay, we have a motion to close. Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe Councilman Dingfelder, you're next on 6. Are you comfortable reading that, sir? Okay. Councilman Carlson, are you comfortable reading that, sir?
I'll read it.
Okay. Councilman Miranda, go ahead, sir.
Chairman, file number 6, file number REZ 19-99. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4201 East and 12th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described from Section 1 zoning district classification RM 16 residential multifamily to CG commercial general, providing an effective date. And if I recall, when I read this, the ordinance file number REZ 19-99 has met the burden. No, this is Euclidean here.
Marty, didn't you say it's Euclidean?
This Euclidean?
Yes, right.
Yes, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sorry. Moving ordinance, file number REZ 19-99, as the applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the rezoning is consistent with a comprehensive plan, specifically that he meets all the qualifications, certainly be, if I read it right, been approved by both the Planning Commission and the City of Tampa's zoning individuals who handle the process for the city. And I take that as evidence.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried with Carlson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be on January 9th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Crew. And I want to address a housekeeping matter that apparently was incorrect on the agenda. Mr. Shelby was just kind enough to alert me, and I wanted to just, on I guess, behalf of council, apologize to folks who were waiting here for this. Apparently, item number 15, when originally slated, was supposed to be at the top of the agenda, or second on the agenda, and it wasn't so reflected. So raise your hands if you're here for 15. I'm sorry to everybody. We just caught that, so our apologies.
If I can, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I just want to inform you and council that my understanding is Mr. Gardner is on his way back.
Yes.
He will, as soon as he gets here, you'll know that he's here.
Yes. So as soon as Mr. Truitt Gardner gets here, we'll start with that. But again, our sincere apologies for that. We just caught that mistake. So believe it or not, governments make mistakes. I know it's hard to do. Thank you.
Speak for yourself.
Exactly. Okay, next we move to item number 7. Anyone here for 7?
Mary Samaniego, Planning Design and Development Coordination. Item number 7 is REZ 19100. It's a rezoning request at 3815 west of Bisbee Street from RS60 to RS50.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We moved down to South Tampa for this next case, more specifically the Virginia Park neighborhood. There is transit. The closest transit stop is within 1/4 of a mile to the northeast of the subject site. The subject site is located within an evacuation zone C. And the closest public recreational facility is Corona Park. On to the aerial. This is the zoomed out one. Here we've got the subject site. You can see the vast majority of the area is single-family detached in character. Really the only difference in the pattern is located right along the South Del Maybury Highway corridor, where you get a mixture of office uses and then commercial uses as you go further south. There's larger lot residential to the north of Bay to Bay Boulevard. You can also see that pattern. On to the future land use map. The subject site and all the parcels surrounding it in that tan color are the residential 10. If you move east over toward Dale Maybury Highway, that brown represents the residential 20. Dale Maybury gets more intensive as you go south. The pink is the community mixed use 35. And then you could see that larger lot pattern north of Beta Bay represented by the yellow. That's the residential 6 future land use category. Let's see here. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of West Obispo Street, excluding the subject site, has a density of 6.09 units, 6.09 units per acre. That's based on 16 sample sites on that block. The request would allow for the consideration of 2 single-family detached residents at an overall density of 8.7 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. Furthermore, the proposed request would allow for a development that is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found along this portion of West Obispo Street. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population and the city's population supporting role as for the whole region. The region is anticipated for a large number of population, and the city is programmed to accept some of that. So based on that, and that the request staff found the request is comparable and compatible with that development pattern within this section of Virginia Park. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. As I said, this is property located at 3815 West Obispo Street. They're requesting a rezoning from RS 60 to RS 50. David showed you the location of the subject property in relation to the Virginia Park neighborhood. Here's the photographic tour of the street on both sides. There is the subject property. Going to the east, these photos are taken from the street, so you can see the proximity and the closeness of the houses. This is across the street. Some older houses and then some newer developed houses. And again, directly adjacent to the subject property. This is historically platted lots 17 and 18, block 47 in Virginia Park. Both lots are were originally platted at 50 by 100, and the entire existing lot is 10,000 square feet. The property is located 5 lots to the east of the West Obispo Street, South Church Avenue intersection. With these types of analysis, we look at the development padding of the surrounding properties. This is the map that is in your staff report. However, when these newly created maps are generated, they are used Hillsborough County property appraiser information to generate through our GIS system. Unfortunately, because of new laws, confidential properties are no longer captured within the property appraiser's website. So those come up as void properties on the map. To correct the map, we have done a hand analysis and measured those 3 lots, and those numbers are reflected in the staff report in the percentages I will now state. I'm going to hand out a copy of the revised map as well. So within the subject property, again, the Virginia Park neighborhood was platted in 1915 with a total of 56 blocks. The overall analysis area is entirely within the Virginia Park plat, and 110 lots were evaluated. 45% were developed at lots at 60 feet or greater, and 55 are less than 60 feet wide. Pursuant to the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 17 lots. 59% are 60 feet or greater, and then the remaining 41% are less than 60 feet wide. For the 3,800 block of Obispo, which is both sides of the street, a total of 18 lots are located in that block. 39% are greater than 60 feet wide, and then 61% are less than 60 feet wide. And then for the subject block face, it's a 50-50 split between lots that are 60 feet or wider, and then less than. As far as reading the map, you can see that per the legend, lots that the blue color, starting at the blue, we're going at 59 feet and smaller of the blue colors, going into gray. And then everything else is larger than 60 feet wide as far as ease for looking at these maps. So staff finds the proposed request for rezoning is consistent with the existing development pattern. Staff has identified the existing development pattern in the 6-block study area, and the 3600 block of West Obispo Street is composed of a majority of the lots which have been developed with lots of less than 60 feet wide. The subject lot face is composed of equivalent percentage of lots of greater or less than 60 feet in width. Staff recognizes that the subject block has a majority of the lots developed with lots greater than 60 feet in width. However, the well-defined pattern of the block face, as well as the 3600 block of West Obispo Street, is less than 60 feet wide in width. Therefore, staff has proposed the reestablishment of the originally platted lots consistent with the development pattern. Again, you can see all of these blue lots are less than 60 feet wide. Here's the subject property, and then across the street, these are all less than 60-foot wide lots. Typically one lot per, one historically platted lot at 50 feet wide per one house. There are no historic landmarks in the surrounding property. This is Euclidean rezoning, so there's no site plan to evaluate and no waivers to approve. Saying that, the Development Review Compliance staff did find this consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code based on the existing development pattern in the immediate area. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Applicant, number 7.
Good evening, I'm Charles Kitzmiller. I live at 14216 Banbury Way. I have been sworn. My clients are homeowners that bought this property in 1978. They've lived there 41 years. They're in the mid-80s. They've tried to sell the property as a whole property. It's been on the market for 419 days. It's a 74-year-old house that they are having problems with maintaining as they get older. They really just need to sell the property and get out. The best way to do that, and within the pattern of development that's happening on the street, is to split the lots. As staff said, here we are with these two Euclidean lots. These are 50-foot lots, those are 50-foot lots that have been developed with single-family homes. So we ask for your consideration in rezoning to RS 50.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you very much, sir. Anyone here to comment publicly on item number 7? If so, please come forward. Quite a few. Come on forward. That's funny. Just so we can have a good idea, how many folks here, if you could raise your hands, are here to comment on number 7? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Mr. Connolly has 3 names. Please acknowledge your presence. Patricia Close. Thank you. Leanne Eisniger. Did I say that correctly? Thank you. And Tamara Zell. Thank you. 3 additional minutes.
6. And one thing I noticed when the staff was briefing you, none of the charts were being shown when they were briefing it to the council members. So none of us in the audience ever saw any of that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Thomas Conley. I'm sworn in 3823 West Palmyra Avenue, and I'm the president of the Virginia Park Neighborhood Association. The Virginia Park subdivision was originally platted, as staff said, in varied width and forms from 50 to 55 foot and 100 foot depth. The historical precedent since the platting of these lots was to build one home or house on multiple platted lots forming a zoning lot, a developed parcel. It is apparent from what is standing on these zoning lots that this is the established physical pattern and the character of the neighborhood. And this observation of fact was put in the record by Councilman Maniscalco at a similar hearing in 13 September 2018. Applying policy 9.3.8 to the analysis of the physical characteristics of Virginia Park neighborhood supports a finding of inconsistent for the proposed spot rezoning to an RS 50 zoning. When conducting the analysis, staff is only allowed to consider the same zoning designation for its review. For this portion of Virginia Park, the zoning is designated as RS 60 residential, and the zoning designation can be compared. Any other approved zoning changes to something other than the R60 should not be considered when determining the physical development and character of the neighborhood. So any zoning lot, developed parcel in the confines of Virginia Park that have been changed must be excluded from the analysis. Staff did this for their portion east of the Southdale Mabry Highway, depicted on their chart as Vera Avenue, because this area was zoned as RS 50. Staff has also not counted the commercial uses, with one exception in their analysis. They included one in 100 plus that is actually Malio Jewelers and is a office building. So using this methodology, I analyzed the buffer map created by the Planning Information Map app, PIMA, excluding all zoning lots that are not designated as R60, and this is consistent with how Planning, Design, and Coordination staff conducts their analysis. And then the chart here shows the using PIMA what it actually looks like, and then this is a blow up showing the portions that were not included. The portion east on Dale Mabry, and then any developed parcel that was not R60. So the overall area analysis includes 366 zoning lots, developed parcels, not the 110 from the Virginia Park neighborhood, because the neighborhood is not the street 3800 block of Obispo, it's the Virginia Park neighborhood. So using that buffer in accordance with section 2711, creation of new lots, reduction of lot and yard dimensions, the only lots included in this buffer data are those that are designated as RS60. All other zoning districts are excluded, as well as all lots east of Southdale Mabry. A total of 267 lots, or 73%, have been developed with a front 60 foot or greater. A total of 99 lots, or 27%, have been developed with a front of 59.99 to 50 foot. Based on this analysis, to rezone to an RS50 designation is inconsistent with the existing development pattern of Virginia Park. It is not in conformance with the physical development pattern and the character of the surrounding area, and should be denied based on policy 9.3.8 and section 27.136, purpose subsections number 6 and 9. Now, I didn't get a copy of the corrected red, blue, yellow, mauve chart that the staff put up, but this is marked up on the one that was in the original package, and based on that, you can see that my printer isn't as good as yours, but those that had the 50 on it at a previous city council were changed and designated RS50. The one right here is a one-story office, and the one down here that says strip center, which was a null, was also a commercial strip center. So they shouldn't have been considered. And if you look at that analysis, then in the 50 to 54 range, that's 40 of the subject parcels out of a 98 using their 6 block, and it's 40.8%. Greater than 60 is 48 out of 98 for 49%. And in between the 50 to 59 is 8.2%, with only 2 properties not being counted because they're null and they're masked for law enforcement, judicial, or whatever. But I will concede that they are 50 feet. We looked at them also. So correcting for all that, I submit that the area of analysis is not the block face and how it is looked. It is the whole neighborhood that has been designated as Virginia Park. that the platted lots, as Councilman Maniscalco has said, they may have been done that way back in the 20s or 1915, but the historic pattern development since that time has been one home on multiple lots. And if you use the 1,320-foot buffer as defined, and the only place that it's defined in the whole code is that 27 section, and it's the only place that talks about an actual measurement to look at lots, 1,320 feet. So I'm asking that the council move to deny Res 19-100 for zoning located at 3815 Obispo based on the competent substantial evidence of the established physical development pattern of developed parcels greater than 60-foot fronts by an overwhelming majority, 73%, as reflected in the analysis of the Virginia Park neighborhood. This denial is supported by policies 9.3.8, Tampa Code section 27136 purposes, subsections number 6 and number 9. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your words and your time. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Pliny Olivier. I live at 3817 West Obispo, so I'm the next door neighbor to the house that we're talking about. First of all, this is my first time ever doing something like this, so I may go out wrong. But I have a petition here that people on our block have signed saying that they don't like the idea of splitting the here we go. Splitting the house. So I can submit that if needed. Oh, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a copy of the Zillow ad that we've that's online. The owner has had this. It's true. The owner has had this property up for sale for about a year and a half.
Would you mind turning it?
Oh, sorry. It's not on this display, so I can't see it. Oh, there it goes. It's on this one. Okay. The owner has had this on for sale for about a year and a half. The reason it hasn't sold is that he's selling it as a tear down, and he's asking $550,000 for it. I've got 2 houses or 3 houses, I think, on the street that sold in the last year for less than that were not tear downs. So that's why it hasn't sold. And he's always been approaching this as we can split the lot and get more money for it. And even the write-up in it talks about it's currently RS60, but you can get it split to RS. There are other houses nearby that are RS50s. So that's why it's been on the market so long. My main issue with splitting it is traffic on the street. We have a huge problem with people parking on the street, and adding another house will just make it worse. I mean, here's pictures. These are just some different days I walked out with my phone and took pictures of the street. There's always people parking on it. My printer is not very good, I'm afraid, but this was last night, and you can see this whole area here is just full of cars. So that's the biggest issue. You put another house on the street, there's even more cars. I've been blocked into my driveway, not having to maneuver weirdly to get out of my driveway because there's so many cars parked on the street already. The solid waste trucks have had to start honking their horns to get people to come out to move their cars so that they can get through, because there's so many people parking on the streets. You add one more house, and it's even more people parking on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder, before you go, sir.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Very familiar with the area, but not the specific block in terms of house by house. So you said you're at 3817?
17, so I am the west. I'm west of him.
Okay. So going to the east on our map, I see at least three properties before I get to Del Mabry, and I'm going to assume the corner of Del Mabry is probably not.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 houses and then a business.
4 houses and then a business. Okay. So I have a reason for asking this, but are those 3 or 4 houses before you get to the business, are they older or newer?
Mike's is old. Then you've got the person next to him is an old house. Then you've got a new house, and I think the last one is old. I'm not sure. It doesn't look new, so I'm assuming it's kind of the same time frame.
So I guess there's a concern.
Mine's mine's a new house. I admit it was obviously a tear down. We bought it 4 years ago.
So I guess there's a concern in the neighborhood about setting a precedent for those remaining 3 or 4 lots, the potential tear downs on those 3 or 4.
No, because the majority of
if I may,
Sorry.
beforehand, let me ask the folks in the audience to please keep comments, or I should say conversations, to a minimum, since we're having a meeting.
No, I wouldn't say on our block it's an issue with don't want to tear down. I have no problem with another house being built there. I just don't want 2 houses being built there. As I said, my house was built in 2006, I think, so it's obviously a new house. Probably more than half of the houses on the other side of the street are new. We just don't want 2 houses instead of 1.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
And
thank
you
you.
said this was your first time up here?
Yes.
You did well, rookie.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you. Dr. Johanna Sullivan. I'm also live in 3817 and everything, so co-homeowner and also next door neighbor to the house. I'd like to also to affirm what he said. We've known Mike, the property owner, for quite some time. Lovely man and his wife. But they have not considered any other opportunities for this property. They're only looking at getting it split into 2 to get top dollar from a builder. That's really the only reason that they're doing this. Like my husband, I have a concern about the traffic. It is very common that we have issues with street parking, and there is a city ordinance that's section 15.43 that I can put up here that is frequently, it's frequently violated. We very commonly have people parking right up to the edge of our driveway, sometimes on both sides. And we all the time have people parking behind our driveway. I personally have backed into someone who parked behind me. I kind of ran in the house for something. They pulled up behind me. I just didn't realize there was a car behind me at this point. And I ran into them $1,600 later because I backed into the side of their car and everything. And that's not uncommon. That's happened to several of our neighbors because there's really no way to comply with this ordinance and street park on our street. In a number of places, it's less than 20 feet wide. And it says it's unlawful to park behind someone's driveway if it's less than 25 feet. I've never seen anybody from the city of Tampa issuing a citation or a parking violation for any of those people. Sometimes they're there days at a time. I have no idea whose car it is, even is. We get traffic from the business. We get a lot of through traffic from Mabry to Church as well. And as my husband was saying, I work from home, so I'm there during the day, and I often have people beating on my door, asking me, do you know whose car this is? Can you get them to move it? Because they cannot get their vehicle through. Anything that's bigger than a small car. Solid waste department vehicles. We've had some pipe work recently where they couldn't get their trucks through, things like that. I'm a health professional. We haven't, God forbid, had a fire, or we haven't had a medical emergency, but I have a serious concern, and I'd like to, press upon you on that. If someone had a heart attack or stroke on my street, that they might not be able to get an emergency vehicle through and everything. And an additional house where there was just one would really impair that. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Next, please. Hey, guys. Jim, guys. You need a break? You okay? You okay? Okay, making sure.
Good evening, I'm Terry Rock. I live at 3910 West Obispo Street, so I'm in the next block down. I can speak as an authoritarian because I've been there 42 years. I have seen people who have backed into cars. My husband has actually done it the same way as she was just talking about. The street varies from 16 almost feet in one area to 20-ish in other areas. A City of Tampa fire truck traditionally is 10 feet wide. The sanitation trucks are 14 feet wide. We constantly hear the sanitation trucks at 6 a.m. because that's when they come through our neighborhood. They're honking because they can't get through. I personally drive a Ram 1500, and I yesterday had to honk because people were parked from the jewelry store that's on the corner, and the people across the street were so close there was no getting through. Forget a fire truck or a sanitation truck getting through. So, you know, the information that I've given you is about the road right-of-ways and everything, and how important it is that another house not be added on this block. We have no problems with the house being torn down and a new house being built. I have added on personally to my house. I have a 75-foot wide piece of property. But you know, to add in more cars. I personally have signs on each side of my driveway, and I should have brought a picture of it, I didn't, that says, please do not block my driveway. That's in my block. Their block is actually more narrow than mine is. And so we're here to just say, you know, please don't allow this to go through. We have troubles on a daily basis, especially since the jewelry store went in, which we were told would not impact our street whatsoever. But on a daily basis, we have troubles getting from Dale Mabry to my block. So as far as letting this go through, as a neighborhood, we don't want it. And we want to preserve what we've got. We don't want to see more of this lot splitting that I personally have fought for close to 30 years now. Please don't do it.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Next, please. And is this the last speaker on this item? Just making sure. Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Bennett has 11 names. We'll see if we can get through 7 of them. Mike Fanning, if you're here. Mike Fanning is here. Stephanie Pointer, thank you. Rita Marie Zamansky, thank you. Will Callahan, thank you. Michelle Callahan, thank you. Jeffrey Natulski, thank you. And Steve Wyatt. Steve Wyatt, going once, going twice. Jennifer S-T-A-D something? No. Vivian Hart? Is Vivian Hart here? Are you right in the front? Okay. We are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names, which is the maximum allowed, a total of 10 minutes.
All right, take it away.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I am the treasurer of the Virginia Park Neighborhood Association. I have lived in South Tampa my entire life. Our neighborhood association was dormant for many years. During this time, residents were not knowledgeable or organized enough to effectively fight rezonings. Consequently, an alarming number of lot splits got approved. When the association was revived a couple years ago, the overwhelming top concern of residents was rezoning. A whopping 90% of our residents were against them. But we didn't know the ins and outs of city council, and there was a very large learning curve with y'all. Almost 40 residents came to the first 4 Virginia Park rezoning hearings. We had petitions with over 300 signatures. We had dozens of speakers. Our hearings lasted a very, very long time. One association president whose case was after ours said, "I learned something important tonight. I learned I never want to be scheduled after Virginia Park again." But we were told that's not the best way, that it's better to be streamlined, and it won't help if we have hundreds of petition signatures. We took that advice. But there could be dozens of speakers here tonight and reams of petitions. Please do not mistake our efficiency for a lack of passion. Last year, the City Council asked Land Dev to change their maps to a more accurate version that would have more than just 2 colors. Councilman Miranda, you may remember that you followed up with them on that. And you see here, this is an example that Ms. Coyle gave us in July to show that she changed the maps to show a range of lot sizes and that the neighborhood boundaries to reflect a larger sample as is dictated by the city code. We were quite dismayed when we saw that only a 6-block area was evaluated. And as Tom pointed out, they did not even use their own rule of excluding all other zones. This is not new, this is their rule. The words 6-block or 9-block appear nowhere in the city code. I know the council is strongly bound by the city code, so I want to emphasize this. 6-block and 9-block is not a standard cited anywhere for anything. 1,320 feet, 1/4 of a mile, is the only distance that is codified in reviewing the development pattern of a neighborhood. It is cited 3 times. Now, Land Dev says that that particular section is about the reconfiguration of an existing lot. But to me, that's a distinction without a difference. 1320 is the only standard that the city of Tampa has codified. All that being said, no matter how you calculate it, every calculation shows that big lots are the majority and are clearly the pattern of development. The applicant says they want to return to the original development pattern of the neighborhood. Well, I am all for that. Please do so. The original development pattern of the neighborhood was even bigger lots and more green space and lower density. If it wasn't, there would be no lots to split. And the original development was not with an intent to sell the extra lot. That's why they put the houses smack in the middle. They didn't think, oh, I'll build in the middle of the lot and then it'll be worth a lot more in the future, even though this house will have to be torn down. My parents were of that generation. Believe me, they couldn't envision that kind of waste. The original pattern of development had very, very few houses built on 50-foot lots. The vast majority were built on 60 to over 100 feet of frontage. My next door neighbor's house is 104 feet wide. So yes, I support this so-called returning to the original pattern of development because every time they divide a parcel that was part of the original development, they get further away from it, not closer to it. The next problem on this rezoning is the front setback. RS 60 requires a 25-foot front setback. RS 50 requires a 20-foot setback. Cars have changed a lot since this neighborhood was originally platted. Many things have changed in the last 100 years, and Charlie's seen most of them.
There goes that. Every time everybody picks on me, it's my head, I
love
guess.
you, Charlie. As you can see, today's cars straddle the sidewalk when the front setback is changed, creating safety issues. Now, that may not seem like a big deal to you, but I know a little boy who would disagree with you. Showing these pictures here where you can see these cars with the short driveways. Our vice president is out of the country right now, or he would be here to tell you the story. He was biking down the sidewalk with his 2 young sons when they encountered a driveway that was too short to accommodate the car. In his efforts to steer around the car and get back on the sidewalk, Kevin's son went headfirst into the side view mirror. You can see here where he got 3 stitches. And here, where this, I don't know if you can see because of the glare, that right there, that's his skin and his eyebrow hairs on that mirror. Cars blocking sideways is a safety issue, and not just for our children. I have elderly neighbors who walk for exercise, but they use a cane. Navigating around the slope of cars straddling a sidewalk is dangerous for them too. not to mention our disabled and wheelchair-bound neighbors. Short driveways also mean more cars parked on the street. Many of the homes on this block are older and don't have the double driveways that are now required. 3 of them also don't have a carport or garage. Therefore, parking on the street is already an issue, as you heard. And this street is narrower than the code allows. It is actually impossible, and I mean that, it is impossible for emergency vehicles to get down this street, even if when cars are parked legally, not illegally, but legally parked on both sides. If you add 2 more short driveways to this street, it will make an unsafe situation even more dangerous. The infrastructure in South Tampa is old and was not designed for this population density. Every car driving over it and every additional pipe added to it adds a strain that it was not designed to handle and increases the burden of an already overburdened system. It's easy to think 1 more toilet won't make a difference, but that isn't true. It all makes a difference, and it adds up to a strain on the infrastructure. A 60-foot frontage has been the requirement for this address since 1956. The current owners purchased it in 1978. Therefore, they had no reasonable expectation of splitting their parcel into 2 non-conforming lots. However, under the Burt Harris Florida law, every person who purchased property after 1956 had a very real legal expectation that the zoning would require a 60-foot frontage. Every neighbor has a very real legal expectation that the neighborhood's integrity and character will be maintained. It is those people's rights under Florida law that are being threatened. The character of a neighborhood is so important in Tampa that it's codified over and over again. I personally counted 7 different places in the city code. I've lived in Virginia Park 29 years, and I estimate I've walked this neighborhood at least 8,000 times. Therefore, I'm an expert on the character of my neighborhood, and I'm giving credible and substantial evidence. I have friends who would hate living in Virginia Park. They want homogeneous neighborhoods with cookie-cutter houses, painted in only 4 different colors, and every house has the exact same number of blades of grass. There's nothing wrong with that. They live in planned developments, and they are quite happy. But people who buy in Virginia Park hate cookie-cutter. Those are dirty words in my neighborhood. I've knocked on hundreds of doors talking to my neighbors about rezoning. I can't begin to count how many angry people have had practically hissed to me, it's cookie cutter. They love the character of their neighborhood. They love the different sizes, shapes, colors, and designs. They don't consider these new houses gentrification. They consider it genericification. You can easily spot the lot splits in our neighborhood because there's always the same house side by side like twins. You can easily pick out the lot splits in our neighborhood because they are out of character. Like this. And lastly, although we obviously wish our departing neighbors the best, it would be inappropriate for council members to consider emotional arguments and efforts to tug on heartstrings. And profit margins are not a valid criterion for granting a rezoning. Every family has its share of financial burdens. No one is unique in that. And it is inappropriate to consider that when making this decision. And if you can't resist financial arguments, I would like to point out that the last 3 houses in Virginia Park that were denied rezoning sold for $425,000, $475,000, and $520,000, which is definitely not below fair market value or unfair or a hardship. In closing, I ask that you protect our neighborhood and respect and uphold the 62-year-old zoning requirement of a minimum 60-foot frontage in Virginia Park. I ask that you respect the overwhelming neighborhood opposition to this spot zoning, and that you respect the intimate knowledge that we, the residents of Virginia Park, have of the character of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And it's futile, but no clapping, please. Thank you very much. If the applicant wishes to do any rebuttal, now is your time, sir.
Can I ask staff a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kitzman. Mary? So, what we're looking at on our overhead, and I hope the audience can see it. I don't know. Can y'all see it?
No, it's you.
Now they can. Okay. So what we're looking at, I guess, is approximately 6. Well, it looks like 6 blocks that y'all typical analysis. Young lady before you said there's nowhere in the code that specifically calls out this analysis, and they did this quarter-mile analysis. can you clarify that? Are we missing something here? Is it in the code, or is it a technical standard that has staff doing the 6-block analysis versus what they're proposing? Or actually, they actually cited somewhere in the ordinance that did call out the quarter-mile radius. Anyway, you follow my question?
Yes, sir, I understand. This type of analysis, there is no code requirement for this type of analysis. There's never been. City council as the legislative body can certainly do a code amendment to qualify or give criteria as to how we do this analysis, but there are no code requirements of how we do these analysis. For the last several decades, this is how staff has consistently done this analysis for every case. We looked at the subject block, and then we try to look at the surrounding 9-block area if applicable. However, if it is against like a major roadway, such as an arterial, or a major collector, such as Dale Mabry, we don't cross Dale Mabry because it's the character of that area across a major roadway is different than than the immediate development pattern of the neighborhood. The code section, to continue to answer your question, the code section that the surrounding property owner was discussing is for lot reconfiguration. That is where, let me try to find one. If you have a corner lot and the lots are configured like this, where these are the fronts, you do the 1320 analysis if you wanted to reconfigure it to face the other street. That is where that code section applies for.
All right, thank you. I don't think that we've been doing these for decades. Like Charlie, I feel like I've been around for decades now, but
I've been meaning to tell you that.
Yeah, I'll agree that I think it's been about 15 years. Just splitting hairs. Thank you.
Any other questions for me while I'm at the
Anything
podium,
else?
please?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Rebuttal, sir.
While the Virginia Park neighborhood is varied and widespread, we're mostly concerned with this street and the development that's happening along this street, including one of the people who spoke living next door on a 50-foot lot. These are 50-foot lots, those are 50-foot lots. We're trying to reflect what the development pattern on this block has been. Parking issues, some people actually mentioned the jewelry store around the corner. That's not something that a rezoning can address. That's enforcement. Width of the street, if that was an issue when you bought the property, it's still an issue. That's, again, a fact of geometry. So that's my advice.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I may have a motion to close.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council on item number 7? Councilman Carlson.
Item number REZ 19-100. I would move to deny REZ 19-100 due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence in the record that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code, specifically that the applicant has failed to meet its burden to show consistency with the comprehensive plan, particularly policy 9.3.8. The evidence shows that the majority of the houses in the surrounding area are, one number was thrown out, 73%, but the majority of the houses in the surrounding area are above this amount, and the proposed rezoning changes the physical development pattern and the character of the surrounding area, and the applicant has failed to show how this project would mitigate the negative impacts
Second.
of that change.
Any, Councilman Dingell.
As a friendly addition to the motion, Maker will so allow just to reference some of the competent substantial evidence that I heard included significant concerns about traffic and parking, emergency vehicles, and sidewalk safety for the kids using the sidewalk. And also, I think a concern out of the precedent that this will set. When I look at that block face, I see this particular block face, especially on that side, on the north side, as teeter-tottering at the just about the 50-50 mark. And then there's at least 3 other properties that might be, vulnerable to this. So, as somebody testified, this, each one individually might not mean anything, but incrementally they add up and they add up and they add up over the years, and then you do end up with a whole change in the character of the neighborhood. So anyway, I just wanted to point out those additional competent, substantial evidence that we heard tonight. Thank you.
And do you incorporate that in your motion, sir? Okay. Anybody else? We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously.
Okay, onward to end. 15. We're moving to 15. Mr. Gardner's here, and people have been here for a while, very patiently waiting. So we move onward to 15.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 15 is REZ 1969. It's for the property located at 7701 Inner Bay Boulevard, from industrial general to planned development for multifamily residential. This is an application that was continued from your October 10th hearing.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. This will look familiar. We're down in South Tampa. We'll just quickly go through the report.
And Mr. Hay, if I may interrupt just for 1 second, just for everyone's information, after item number 15, we're going to take probably a 5-minute recess, just a break, so staff and everyone can stretch. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is located within the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Gandy-Sunday South neighborhood. Here we have the aerial. Again, this is Inner Bay, Lois. You've got apartments to the north. This was actually just a plan amendment recently that you all saw to that residential 35. You've got some other apartments further to the apartments and condominiums further to the east. And then you've got single-family detached with some townhomes west of Manhattan. And then, of course, the base to the south. Here we have the adopted future land use map. Remember, again, this was recently changed to that R35. This color is that transitional use 24. That's that category that allows industrial, residential, and commercial uses. And then you've got a mix of community mixed use 35, light industrial, the base to the south. I know we've gone over this before, but I just want to touch on a number of issues. The proposed PD is located, again, within that transitional use 24. The comp plan looks at those districts as mixed-use districts, and they had, at the time that the district was placed, there was no identified pattern, and that's why it's given that transitional use 24. Apartments and multifamily condominiums, they're all permitted to be considered under that transitional use 24. The site is located within the coastal high hazard area. Due to this, staff recommends that the applicant continue to work with the appropriate city staff during permitting to ensure that there will not be any negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times and shelter space. And overall, the proposed development is consistent with the surrounding development pattern along Inner Bay and consistent with that underlying transitional use 24 future land use designation. And based on that, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development request consistent with the future of Tampa's comprehensive plan. Thank you. Sorry.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. I will briefly run through this. A reminder to the City Council, this is an open hearing. It was continued from the November 14th hearing. At that hearing, I went through full presentations and public comment, and as well as rebuttal, so that's kind of where it is in the process. Legal staff is here to clarify. but to refresh your memory, this is a request for 9.31 acres, 216 multifamily dwelling units. They have wetland mitigation in the back with a retention pond, a clubhouse and an entryway. Based on the hearing and the input from the public as well as the city council members, the applicant requested a continuance to work with the surrounding property owners and address some of their concerns. And the applicant is present to update you. But as far as the site plan and the staff report, it's exact same from the November hearing.
Any questions? No questions.
Mr. Goods? I'm sorry, Mr. Maniscalco, question?
No,
No,
you said
okay.
the city found it inconsistent.
Yes, we did find this inconsistent, and there are still 4 waivers. There's a parking waiver at 14%. There is removal of 5 non-hazardous grand trees. They're removing more than 50% of the total trees on site, and they are reducing loaded and burst from 3 to 0.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Applicant?
Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. First of all, just on the issue of consistency, I'll put up the staff report. There were, I believe it's 10 reviewing agencies. If you'll see here, we were found to be consistent with all, with the exception of transportation, who has a technical objection. That technical objection is to a waiver in our, for visitor parking, which we feel is justified. We feel like green space is more important than parking spaces that will remain unused. We are requesting waivers. One of the things that was mentioned before was trees. Natural Resources found us to be consistent. That said, at the last hearing, we heard that issue, we've studied it, we have a plan to save more trees, but I did want to clarify that we were found to be consistent by all those agencies, and the staff report reflects that. Again, I'm here on behalf of ZOM Development. We were last in front of you on November the 14th. At the prior hearing, staff did their report. We did our case in chief. Neighborhood comments were given, and questions from city council resulted as well. And just as a quick recap, the site was formerly the Hurley Mac Company. This is on Inner Bay, just east of the intersection of Inner Bay and Manhattan on the north side of the street. This property's been abandoned. It's a great site, just under 10 acres, and that's where it currently sits. I think there's no denying that this project or this property will be developed, and we feel like our development is going to be a wonderful addition to this neighborhood.
You're rehabbing that as lofts?
That is not going to be rehabbed. that belongs in more of a World War II documentary, I believe. We are proposing 216 units. That is less than what's allowed under the comprehensive plan. And further, ZOM is the developer. We had a rezoning in front of you on Rocky Point. It was the first time I represented ZOM. Pleased to announce that development has been complete. And to get this correct, ZOM has been nominated for that project as the National Project of the Year by the National Association of Home Builders. And that's a nationwide contest. Finally, if you'll recall, and this is on me, but at the last meeting I stated that we had met with the Port Tampa City Association numerous times. Just to clarify a statement that was made before, they did not either recommend supporting or denying our application. That being said, what came out of the last meeting was they are not the proper association, and it is the Gandy Sunbay South Association. So Mr. Dingfelder had a absolutely brilliant recommendation, which was for us to go out and meet with the Gandy Sunbay South Association. And I'm pleased to report that we did. We've had numerous meetings with them. We've had meetings with others. And I'm most proud of the fact that the Gandy Sunbay South Association is here, not to put words in their mouth, but their board unanimously voted to support our application. And with that, other issues came up before: transportation, coastal high hazard, trees. We've got our full team here, happy to answer any of those questions, but we felt like it was a full presentation before, and so wanted to be diligent with your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Councilman Goods.
Mr. Gardner, when you met with the association, what was the number in the building?
What was the what?
The number of residents that came to the meeting. You said you
That
met
came
with
to the meeting? We met with the president of the Gandy Sunbay South Association, the secretary of the Gandy Sunbay South Association, and then, and they're here, Jean Strohmeyer she lives on the east side of Del Mabry in an association that's currently defunct, but she'd like to start over again. And then Stephanie Pointer's here as well. She lives in a development. She's not in the Gandy Sunbay South Association that I'm aware of.
I am, but I'm not on it.
Okay. I thought you were south of Inter Bay, and she owns houses there, but I think her residence is on the south side of Inter Bay, which to my understanding, I'm learning a lot about the associations down there, is not in the Gandy Sunbay South Association. That was the first meeting. The second meeting was, Ms. Strohmeyer was not there. Stephanie was the president of the Gandy Sunbay South Association, as well as the secretary. And then we've continued to talk to the Port Tampa City Association as well. And I believe Tom Vento is here to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
May I just clarify?
And ma'am, not until you get public comment. Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Gardner, you had indicated that there's I think it is 216 units.
Correct.
What's the allowable use there in terms of maximum, if you know?
I can look that up. I believe it's in the is it in the report? 230s? Can you make me read that?
David Hay, Planning Commission staff. Under the transitional use 24 land use category, the maximum that can be considered for the site are 222 dwelling units, or a maximum of 605,188 square feet. Just remember, under these mixed use categories, they could either choose to use total unit count or utilize floor area ratio to even exceed that 222 units based on whatever is more beneficial to the applicant.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just one other fine point on that reduction in the unit size really is a function of what David just said, but also the reduction, we were asking for far more units before. That came out of our meetings with the Port Tampa City Association, where they wanted fewer units, and they actually made a request for us not to have larger units. So we've removed 3-bedroom units. We've got studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms, and that was done at the request of the Port Tampa City Association.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, if anyone is here to comment on item number 15, I don't think anyone is. I'm just joking. Come on. Please come forward.
I'd like to comment that we did not have the opportunity,
And before, ma'am, if you could state your name.
Sorry, my name's Stephanie Pointer. I live at 7709.
And before you
Oh, I
begin,
forgot. I gotta let him.
let's go ahead, sir.
Thank you. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Rita Marie Szymanski, thank you. Will Callahan, thank you. Michelle Callahan, thank you. Lisa Marie Chesser, and Keith Pointer. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional minutes for a total of 8.
we did not get to speak last time.
Okay,
Mr. Gardner chose to ask for a postponement prior to any of us speaking because of what had happened with the previous, whatever you call it, another property. So he chose, before any of us got to come up here, to postpone. So I want to make sure that that's clear.
May I inquire, please, Mr. Chairman, because this is a continuation of a first reading. So anyone who's speaking tonight, did anyone previously here speak at that hearing?
No.
Okay.
Not
So
for this
this will be the
item.
first opportunity for
Yes,
everyone
sir.
to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
My name's Stephanie Pointer. I'm a licensed realtor. I'm a property manager. So I dabble in real estate. I live south of Gandy at 7709 Landcare Lane. I actually live directly south of the property in question, which is in Sudden Bay South, but we are not. We currently do not belong to a civic association. We are outliers. I would like to point out, first of all, that most of the things I have to say are questions for you, because I'm just a normal citizen who gets up in the morning and I have to work for a living too. And so when I go through these, I understood from my last appearance that most of my emotional appeals had no legal basis. Well, I ask you when, first of all, I want to point out on the top page, the second page, you have a spreadsheet. We have 2,800, almost 2,800 additional apartments south of Gandy and west of Dale Mabry in process of being built already. There are an additional 900 units. So that's 3,741 units in a 16 square mile radius south of Gandy in a dead end. A dead end that when you get on the road from Gandy and you go south of Gandy, in the last 4 days when I picked up kids from school, when I go south of Gandy through the light, I go as far as Tribley, I go as far as Wallace, I go as far as Wisconsin, and I've gone as far as Paxton on Dale Mabry, going south where traffic is bumper to bumper. That's at before 4 o'clock in the afternoon where this traffic survey took place, okay? I'd also like to point out, I am not anti-housing. I am anti saying I'm going to have 6 kids before the first one's born. Because you guys we have not finished building everything that has been permitted so far, and we want to build more? It makes no sense. And if you want to ask, okay, the traffic issue, it should not be an issue, but according to the LU policy, and I don't know anything about any of this stuff, this LU policy to ensure the adequate transportation network for industrial development, people living in residential neighborhoods abutting the industrial shall use safe connections through the industrial areas if needed, i.e. Port Tampa City to the Picnic Island area, specifically our area. We are entitled to safe egress from that peninsula. If we have an oil fire or we have a gas fire or a chemical spill, we cannot egress safely with what we have now. How are we going to do it if you keep adding additional units? My questions in red here include, so that right there, the traffic doesn't count, but I think that's in the comprehensive plan. And so don't we have to go back to the comprehensive plan to find that? Now, I don't have any idea what I'm doing. I've been doing this for less than a month. I just keep making new friends who keep hanging out with me. In this statement, and I gave you guys a copy of this, and some nice lady from Davis Island, whose last name is Davis, she pointed this out in a meeting we had a couple weeks ago, and she said, you need to look at this paragraph. And I was like, wow, that's a cool paragraph. And it says, unique. And what I saw at the last council meeting is I saw a bunch of gentlemen who wanted to support us, but they had to pull a rabbit out of their hat to legally do so. Well, I would argue that this is a unique situation, because the comprehensive plan is written to protect residential areas from encroachment from IG and from commercial areas. That's, I mean, everything I read in, I haven't read all 400 pages because I have a job and a life and 2 kids and 2 dogs. But bottom line is, we are a unique situation because what is happening in south of Gandy is our industrial, our commercial properties are being encroached on by developers who are overdeveloping and making it impossible for us to live. We have no grocery stores. Nobody cares. It's not the law. But I ask you, council, if you have to follow all these laws, to give these guys what they want. Like I asked Miss Mary here, and I would slaughter your last name, so I apologize for not saying it. She has to give them a list of things that they have to do in order to get this before the council and get it passed. I asked her to help me find out what I have to do in order to stop this crap. It's ridiculous. We can't get it out of where we live now. I'm not against 2 houses. And you know what? All these numbers I have here don't include my friends in Virginia Park. They don't include all the properties that are being split and the new houses that are being built there. Those are like nickel and dime. We can't show up for all that. These are hundreds of extra people. And oh, by the way, I'd like to point out that the original site plan only had efficiency 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. They never had anything larger. Okay, so Mr. Gardner just stood up here and told everybody we downsized them. Not according to the site plan I saw, and that's the one that was put in May. I would also like to say, I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Why aren't our objections posted in ASILA? I see one objection letter. I know I sent everybody at this council an objection letter. I know that in my neighborhood there are 44 homes. I represent that HOA council. And in that neighborhood, I have placed 13 tenants or homeowners because that's what I do. I take care of my neighbors. And in my job, I know that at least 6 of those homeowners have written to at least somebody on the council because they told me they did. So I'm trying to figure out where our documentation is. It seems like, and of course I have this big long list of questions. I also would like to know, why is this not a multi-use property? If we are going to take commercial businesses out, the IG business out of place, and replace it with more residential, which we don't have room for, we don't have restaurants, we don't have a grocery store, for God's sake, we don't have any of that, but yet we're taking that land away. South Tampa is not finite. Or it is finite, I'm sorry, my bad. But I don't know. I'm terrible at reading these things anyway. The infrastructure is minimal. We need employers. We need restaurants and retail. And why are they not required to install a multi-use? That's all I keep seeing in the comprehensive plan. I don't understand it. That's why I wrote all these questions, because I don't understand this. This is not my life. I don't understand why you people cannot communicate with one another, why you people cannot communicate with me about any particular situation. It's really kind of scary, because they are all alienated from one another and cannot work together to do what they wanted to do and move forward for our city. And all of you came here with the best of intentions, but your hands are tied because of rules on a piece of paper. It's really sad to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Goods and Councilman Dinkfelder.
Well, ma'am, I hear what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
And I question that a lot of times when I sit back and have issues and want to talk to other councilmen about situations. But unfortunately, the state legislature doesn't allow us to do that, but they can do it. It's an odd thing.
Right.
They can talk and have a conversation, and
Absolutely.
go to lunch and talk about this
Senate,
and that.
Congress.
And we can't. But I guess my thing would be the staff is, into probably the planning commission. Is there a protocol when we're saying that we have all this development building going on, that we look at the traffic? Because I'm very familiar with that area, because I was a school resource officer at Robinson High School before all this building started, and I know how the traffic is going down those main arteries right there going towards Gandy. So I'm just wondering, has there been a study? Is there a planned study to be done as all this development is going on, as it relates to how much development needs to be in that area? Because it is a small area, and looking at it is on the water. If there is a situation, a fire, how do those people get out? How long does it take them to get out? So I'm just curious about that.
David Hay, Planning Commission staff. Can I ask, are you speaking in reference to land use studies or transportation studies? Both? I can speak to the land use. I think maybe city transportation would be better to address the transportation. regarding the land use, again, this is the transitional use 24. It has been designated transitional use 24 since the inception of the plan. That has always envisioned that this area could be used for a residential purpose, but it could also allows the decision basically up to the free market of what, under that category, what is the most appropriate thing. So if the market is needing more commercial, you could put a commercial use here or an industrial use under that TU 24. If the market is saying they need more residential, it's also appropriate for residential. This is a very unique category, and that allows all three. Usually your land use categories either steer it toward residential or steer it to an industrial type use or mixed use or something like that. But we have analyzed the land uses that we have currently that are adopted. And I will also note, remember, everything south of Fletcher is in what's called a transportation concurrency exception area, which is basically the whole city. So there is specific guidance in the region that really the city is to be the focus of development long-term for our region and to try to reduce sprawl. That was one of the mechanisms put in place to promote growth within the city. So hopefully.
I understand, but I guess what I'm looking for is I'm looking at that small area south of Gandy towards like the base where Inner Bay is, and I'm looking at, we're saying we're having all this big development of buildings going on, all these people. I'm just trying to figure out, has there been a plan to say, okay, we have this small area, all these people, and she brings up a good point about the uniqueness of that area back there. Goes back into safety and transportation. So I guess maybe it's not your place, maybe I didn't get the transportation, but I'd like to know, what is a plan, or what is the plan maybe to look at how many people can live back there for the safety of that community if there's an incident that happens.
Well, remember, the comprehensive plan has been adopted by Tampa City Council, and that plan is what is shown on the future land use map and the adopted policies. That it's always anticipated that area down there would transition to multifamily if it's not being utilized for industrial or commercial. So
I guess I'm just still looking for the answer of the number of people. Because you said the land, but the number of people that are I can look and envision in my mind if something catastrophic happened down there, those people getting in and out can't get out. So I'm just wondering, with transportation, how does that work? Do we have a plan? Or is there a number, is a cap number to say, okay, we have to stop building at this particular point? I mean, obviously they're bringing this up because they have a concern about the safety issue now.
If you're dealing with hurricane evacuation, those studies are done by the county. That's my understanding, by emergency management. They also, our understanding is that the city is not meeting its evacuation times currently, but it is meeting its shelter space capacity based on the maximums under the land use categories.
I see transportation just got up. Maybe he's got a better answer. Thank you.
Sure.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Oh, okay. We have a transportation conservancy exception area plan, and that encompasses when a new development comes in, they would do a traffic study, and they would meet with us to determine methodologies, and then they would pay an impact fee based on that transportation study. It's time to evacuate, I guess.
That's the SOG alert.
That's right.
Continue.
So, like, when a new development comes in, it's studied, and it's looked at the traffic in the area, and their impacts are mitigated based on a transportation fee. That's the manual that we have right now for traffic. So to answer your question, it is looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, sir.
Don't go anywhere, Jonathan.
Councilman Dingfelder, and then Councilman Citro, and then Councilman Pauls.
I've got a question. I've got a follow-up question for you, Jonathan. But first, I wanted to respond to is it Ms. Pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have to get up. I'll just speak to you from there. But you asked why. Okay, why we can't talk to each other and why we can't talk to you outside of this. And basically, our attorney's over here against the wall, but I know she'd agree with me. This process is called quasi-judicial, which basically means like almost like a courtroom. Okay, so we sit up here, even though we don't wear robes, but we sit up here in sort of a judicial capacity. And just like if you went to court, you would never expect to be able to talk to the judge in Publix and discuss your case, okay? And that's why, and it's really to protect the sanctity of the process. So it's out in the open. So we don't get the information, well, we get the information on paper, but we don't get the testimony from anywhere except right here tonight, so everybody can see it, and we're all on the same level playing field. Otherwise, back in the day, there used to be the backroom deals and all the smoky rooms and that sort of thing. That's why I believe that's why the system has evolved that way. The other part is we don't go into the back and talk about it either, because that would be sneaky and corrupt and everything else. Any deliberation we have is done right out here in front of you. So that's just to explain that. Mr. Shelby, I don't know if you want to elaborate at all.
Well, if I could just follow up on one other point that was made, which was that there are certain documents that you didn't find in a CELA. A CELA is limited to land development coordination. What is here today gets entered into the, first of all, what you sent to City Council in writing gets to City Council offices. And then ultimately what that does is that makes its way into the clerk's file to be part of the record. So that's how that's accomplished.
Right, and in our notebooks, we have your emails. We all get copies of your emails so we can read them as we're preparing for the case. But it's the clerk, these folks who are sitting right here, who are the repository of all these documents. So that's to clarify that. Jonathan, you mentioned the TCEA, the Transportation Concurrency Exception Area, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that any particular project is treated on a case-by-case basis, and you look for the project to mitigate the impacts of the of the project?
That's correct, yeah. We look at the impact it has on the area, and we look at specific intersections, and if they're failing, if they do have failing movements,
okay,
based on that project's
okay, so let's focus on this project for a second, and then I'm sure we'll hear from their transportation folks. What was the analysis from this particular project on the adjacent, mostly two-lane roads, Inner Bay, Manhattan, West Shore?
Yeah, so we got together with their traffic engineer, and we developed the methodology, and we looked at some intersections in that area, and then their impacts on failing movements. They developed a mitigation fee. I believe it was $2,000 or $3,000, and then they would pay that, and then additionally they would pay what's called multimodal fee when they build the building as well. So there's a couple fees involved.
And so how much the mitigation fee for the
traffic analysis
was a couple $1,000?
I want to say is it 6,200, I think.
And this is how many units?
260.
216. Okay.
216.
And how much is the multimodal fee? Which I guess at some point goes into buses and mass transit or something, or?
That's correct. I don't know offhand. I think they know that when they get up and talk about that.
All right. Well, let us know when you come back up, Mr. Gardner. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Citro, did you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to ask so many people, but I'll try and narrow it down. Mr. Hay, can I ask you a question, please? And this is, I'm just throwing this out, so please, if you want to bob and weave, go right ahead, I don't mind. Land use policy 9.6.2 states promote residential development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy with increased availability of housing at densities that promote walking, transit, use near employment concentrations, residential services, and amenities. This development, although Mr. Gardner is trying to convince us that it's needed down there, I really don't see residential services near there, neither do I see amenities. Bob on this one. Employment concentrations. The closest thing I can see to that is MacDill Air Force Base. Now, I asked Mr. Gardner later on if he knows what an E2 or an E3 makes, and if that E2 or E3 can afford the housing there. Thank you for standing there. Thank you for bobbing and weaving.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carlson.
I just wanted to quickly respond to what Councilman Goods said earlier. I think there are systemic transportation and flooding and other issues south of Gandy that we need to address, maybe in a motion at the end. Maybe you and I can make a joint motion or something.
Thank you. And we have more public comment. I would ask council members to please not to save comments on the case, et cetera, questions until after public comments so we can move forward. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for my opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tom Vento. I live in Port Tampa City. I'm on Port Tampa City Civic Association Vice President, was president for years, been through a bunch of these developments, and we have not given our blessing to this project, but I would like to say that we've talked to the developer a couple of times, had meetings with them as far as they know our traffic concerns. Whether they can do anything about it, a different subject. They have offered to and went with us to the city to talk to them about different transportation issues at intersections nearby. And so they've been, they have been helpful, although the one big thing is transportation. We counted all the entitled units that were possible to be built west of Dale Mabry, south of Gandy, 2 years ago, not including anything that was already permitted or in the process thereof. Over 4,000. So there's 4,000 coming. I don't know where we're going to put the cars. And the peninsula, we are unique. The one thing that's unique about us is we're on a peninsula south of the bridge, south of Gandy, which we're at the bottom of the funnel. Everything's on top of us. And in Port Tampa, we have to drive through some bay south. Their traffic, we just try to get through their traffic, and as you go north, it just builds and builds. So that's about it, the gist of it. It's very difficult. I've brought pictures that showed traffic backed up from MacDill, almost to Tyson, going out like to Hula Bay in the mornings, heading south, and by the same token, in the mornings heading north, almost always it goes past Tyson to the south, and that's a couple miles. A couple miles, bumper to bumper, stopped in the mornings. It takes me close to a half an hour to get to Kennedy Boulevard in the morning. 6:30 in the morning the other day. That's exactly what it took me. So it's becoming to where it's difficult to go to work and to make it to work on time and get back and have any time with your family in daylight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Natupsky, and I am the president of the Gandy Sunbay South Civic Association. And as the president, I've kind of defined my own role and what I want to do and how I want to lead. I got two goals. One's empower my neighbors. For the longest time, they didn't think that they had a say in things that happened. They felt like you couldn't get anything done or accomplished. But I think in the last meeting and this meeting, we proved otherwise. So that I'm very, very proud of. The second goal I have is keeping an eye on the development that we have going on in the neighborhood. Now, while I understand development is inevitable, my priority is ensuring that we get contributions from developers to the neighborhoods. So my goal is to bring the developers, to empower my neighbors, get everybody together, have a communication, have dialogue going, which Councilman John Dingfelder helped push along. So we met with the developers, and I proposed something that I thought was a pretty cool idea. I called it the SOG Tree Initiative. My vision is developers are tearing out these trees left and right. The state's allowing it. Not a lot that you can do. There's stuff that I can do about it. So what I asked the design development to do was to contribute 100 tree kits to my neighborhood association. What's a tree kit? Glad you asked. It is a tree, it is a water timer, it is a hose, it is a stake, it is everything an owner would need to come to my civic center, grab this kit, plant it in their yard, and actually have something that's going to last them for a long time. So I'm taking matters in my own hand and trying to find my ways to replenish the trees for the canopy for future generations to come. It's bold, it's crazy, and you know, it may happen. So what Zom Development has done, I don't know how that works. So they agreed with it. They like the program. They think it's innovative. They are in favor of proposing or doing this tree program with us. What I did highlight is you know, in getting the tree project, the Civic Association agrees that it shall not oppose the development of the apartment complex. So we don't oppose it. Personally, a lot of them have their own feelings that you've heard and you hear them share, but as leadership, we got to look for the overall effect of what's going to happen in this development. My goal is to do something, create deals between the developers and the neighborhoods in which this tree project is something I think that could become a model for future developments. Any developers that do come down, I want them to just know that I'd like you to meet with us and we create something together.
I'll give you another 45 seconds, if only because you're so entertaining. Go ahead.
Hey, I'll take my 45 seconds. I'm at 59, so I appreciate it. What I really appreciate is what has happened with the city council. You guys are allowing empowering of the neighborhoods. So these developers coming and meeting with the neighborhoods, I heard used to be a tradition back in the past. So my goal was to take the opportunity that you guys bestowed upon us and try to create a model. I don't speak on behalf of the neighbors nor the sea of red behind me. But I do speak on behalf of the leadership as president of the Gandy Civic Association. We do understand that the development is creating a lot of changes in the neighborhoods, but if should this development or future developments happen, we want to know what's going to happen. No. We want to know what you're going to do for the rest of the neighbors. So my tree proposal is something that's creative, it's innovative. I hope it serves as a model for other associations. I yield the rest of my time to the council members.
Thank you, sir. Good leadership at work on the tree issue. Next, please.
Oh, that would be me.
What is this? What are you doing?
He wants to put it in the record.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I have something to add to the record of paper. Okay, give it to you. I have one copy for everybody who wanted. I made 8 copies. And also, I had signatures.
I'm sorry.
I had signatures for, speaking of time, that we thought we were gonna be second, but since we're last, a couple of them had to leave. So it's up to you if you would accept.
I mean, in light of that, Mr. Shelby, can I rely upon her word that these people were here and had to leave because of our mistake?
It's council's discretion.
Okay, I'll waive it. I have no problem.
Okay, and here's a copy now. Because I thought we were second, I scrambled everything up at 5 o'clock. If I knew I had till 8 o'clock, this would have been a lot better, and it's a little out of order, and I apologize. It's I 5 o'clock scooped it up, jumped, and had to run out the door. So.
Okay. Why don't you head back to the lectern, and I'll just call off these names.
Okay.
Just to see who is here. Brenda Wyatt, are you still here? Okay. Leslie Zumley, are you still here? Tamara, starts with a Z? Yes, you are here. And Jean Eisenegger? Thank you. Okay, that's 4 additional minutes for a total of 7.
Marty.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And ma'am, these individuals who were called first, they were here in the beginning but had to leave?
They were here, yep. One of them, yeah.
Good
one
enough
of them.
for me. Please state your name and begin if you would, please.
Okay, my name is Jean Strohmeyer. I live in Inner Bay. I'm restarting the Inner Bay Civic Association. And I am here to oppose this development of this apartment complex for the reasons that I will give you. Also, I'd just like to make sure that y'all do have a copy of the email that was sent on October 9th. I sent it to, I think, every one of you, and then some. So just for the record, to make sure that that's in your files. Okay, so I oppose this because this plan is inconsistent, and it's inconsistent with the City Code and Land Development, Tampa City Comprehensive Plan. I feel that the applicant did not demonstrate the development. It could not be built within the zoning district as required in the land use plan, which is 2.28, which says limit the land, use of planned development zoning petitions to allow development consistent with future land use, but otherwise not permitted. They failed to demonstrate that the planned development was for the purpose other than waiving the land development regulations. In other words, why didn't they just ask for housing for residential instead of planned development? So there's certain rules that you have to follow when you're building residential versus a PD. So we don't, the exception, I don't think it should be here, because they just failed to follow this a little bit, because it's a little nervous down here. It's my second time. They failed to demonstrate that the development is consistent with the TCP in South Tampa, which is defined as an area already of stability. Now I'm going to show you this right here. Now this shows this, the lighter the color apparently is the established areas, the base level, and it says in the plan, no significant change in current development pattern. That's what this is, that's us. And if you look at the map here, it shows all, where'd we go? There we are. All of the peninsula, this is our area. It's all the light tan. Other than the little coastal areas that they have on the water, you have the high density downtown and all these other high density zones. We are to be left alone, basically. That's what it's saying here. That, anyway, there's that, and then there's also South Tampa was specifically mentioned in the comprehensive plan, saying that South Tampa, it says New Tampa and South Tampa were on page 14 of the comprehensive plan, and it says basically that it's already established and it has all the different neighborhoods, Virginia Park is included. They found it to be that any disturbing of this is not part of the plan. It says changing the demographic, rising energy costs, and it just goes on and on. Just you can read that, and it's on page 14 and page 15 that South Tampa is unique. Planned to make this change of planned development, it doesn't fit the definition of that. They have there's still the there's the read it here. It says, we have the applicant failed to demonstrate the regulations established under the applicable single-use zoning laws were used. And it's in conflict with the zoning district land use and the matrix, which is in here, and it's kind of out of whack, and I apologize about that. We mentioned the coastal high hazard. That is also not competent or substantial evidence that is consistent with the plan. We have basically also, it says there's just no unique circumstances to change this to a PD, and they should have asked for residential. Now, I got 2 hours. We also have, which is very unique, is MacDill Air Force Base, which we've mentioned before. Several years ago, there was a massive study done. This is, 2006-07, a massive study done. It was the City of Tampa and the MacDill Air Force Base joint land use study. We called it the JLUS study. And in that, it cites the purposes, and I put it in in the record, but here's the outline of it, which is here. And I'm just going to point out some really important things here. The community description. Now, back then, MacDill comprised of 6,700 individual parcels of land within the study area, and it goes into that, and I, again, made these pages part of the record. The JLUS study said any dense urbanization of the area around MacDill Air Force Base can cause the base to close. And that is a massive, they give us billions of dollars in income, in jobs, etc. So any urban encroachment, it deters their mission to do their job, is to protect our country. So I mean, we are home to SOCOM, CENTCOM. So that's a major factor here. MacDill Air Force Base has always been in the cooperative spirit of the city of Tampa, but all this overbuilding, it can cause them to leave. So, 75 years we've been together and living together with them in harmony. So the comprehensive JLU's plan here says the goals were to protect the health and safety of the residents living or working near MacDill Air Force Base. All this overbuilding is not going to help, it's not going to protect us. To promote comprehensive planning for long-term land use compatibility. That's not what's going to happen with the overbuilding in we call it Saug City. And it's supposed to maintain the economic viability of the city of Tampa and the region, which is south of Gandy. Let's see. There's everything that I put in the letter will be part of the record and will be considered, I assume. Or do I need to speak it all out? Well, so we're against the plan here. There's the matrix that shows that that's inconsistent with the rules that I put in there, and not sure what I'm forgetting, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Question. Councilman Dinkley. Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Do you or your neighbors that you've spoken to have concerns about hurricane evacuation?
Everybody has concerns about that.
How would that relate to this project?
Well, to evacuate, especially in a, yes, you're supposed to evacuate and they give you weeks and weeks and weeks, but people don't do that. So we won't be able to get out. You talk the coastal high water. If we're on the dirty part of a storm, it has been said, and all y'all have been here long enough to know that if we get the storm surge, it's going 10 feet all the way up to Cypress Boulevard. Okay, that's a fact that was already stated in the record some years back. So we're on the dirty side of that tsunami, and when the storm surge comes in, all of these new people, I mean, we're affected. I have a boat I guess I can sit into, but that's going to be a problem. And the density is supposed to be limited. It actually was supposed to be, from the JLU study, 6 homes versus it used to be 10 per acre. It was limited to 6 homes per acre. So I don't know where that went. That was the city of Tampa's, their mission with MacDill.
Thank you.
Around the base.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We
Okay.
appreciate your time. Next, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Bennett has 3 names, Thomas Connolly, Mike Fanning, and Justin Murray. 3 additional minutes for a total of 6, please.
Hi, my name's Carol Ann Bennett. I grew up Saug, south of Gandy, Robinson alum, go Knights. South Tampa is geographically unique, and that geography must be taken into account for density planning. On page 226 of the comprehensive plan, Coastal Management Policy 1.2.3 requires an annual review of new development in the coastal planning area in coordination with Hillsborough County and TBRPC to monitor impact on evacuation times. You would probably like to see what this report has to say, but you can't read it because it doesn't exist. It's not being done. And I'd like to point out that all of South Tampa is in the coastal planning area. The 2040 comprehensive plan's projected population for South Tampa, that's the projected population for 2040 of South Tampa, is 78,000 people. The population as of April 1st of 2018, a year and a half ago, was 86,000. That's 8,564 people over the 30-year projection in just 8 years. And this was over a year and a half ago. Thousands of additional units have been built since. And I want to add, as far as I know, these numbers do not include McDill. On page 3, 4, and 14 of the comprehensive plan, areas of opportunities in planning districts. The vision map indicates where citizens and planners believe additional growth and higher density should occur and where neighborhoods should remain unchanged and stable. Guess what South Tampa is? Remain unchanged and stable. There are 6 levels of intensity to indicate where development should be focused. South Tampa is level 1. There's not a lower level. The characteristics of South Tampa, which I've got for you right there, clearly show that there are limited growth opportunities, and this area is defined as being an area of stability. Now, Houston had unregulated growth for many years. And basically now, the city of Houston cannot be evacuated, cannot be done. And they know it. When they tried, people ended up weathering the hurricanes in their cars. The next hurricane, they knew they couldn't evacuate the city, so they didn't even try. What happened? People died from flooding. And it is acknowledged that the paving of permeable surfaces caused that flooding. If you keep paving permeable surfaces in South Tampa, the coastal planning area, people are going to die. That's the bottom line. No one can tell you what a safe and sane density is for this peninsula. No one can tell you how many people can safely be evacuated and how long that evacuation would take. There is one official evacuation route out of South Tampa, Dale Mabry Highway. I took this picture. There it is, Dale Mabry. And I took this picture, which is just a few feet away. Now, this sign was there for weeks, just for part of the year. It wasn't hurricane season, nothing was going on. And they left it there for weeks because one day it was flooded, the next day it wasn't. You can see the debris line here that shows how high the flooding went. Just left it there. And these 2 signs right here are neighbors.
For the record, what does the sign say?
Road underwater. So another issue is South Tampa has no room to build more schools. I know you don't want to hear about schools because that's under the control of the school board, but there's one thing about schools that's under your control: population density. There's been a population explosion on the South Tampa Peninsula, but there's no room to build more schools. Also, there was an article in the Orlando Sentinel in September about the disastrous overgrowth in the villages in Sumter County. It said in part, I'm quoting, "If growth pays for itself, then local governments like Sumter County must be swimming in cash. Instead, it's acting like a government drowning in the costs of growth. Sumter is so desperate for money that its 5 Republican county commissioners are ready to vote for a whopping 25.6% increase in the current property tax rate. The county concedes in its own budget documents that the main culprit for this tax increase is the breakneck rate of growth tied to the village's success. The villages is a textbook example of the big Florida lie that growth is self-sustaining, and yet elected officials continue to be dazzled by developer promises of growth delivering more jobs and more taxes. Growth does mean jobs. The villages has created many hundreds of them, but many are low-paying service jobs which have resulted in affordable housing shortage in Sumter. That should sound familiar to the rest of this region. And all of those new tax dollars, not nearly enough to pay the bills. We're not here to say cities and counties should stop growing. We are here to say that bureaucrats and elected officials need to have eyes wide open when developers pitch projects. These projects will create jobs, they will generate taxes, and they will come with a bill that one day has to be paid. Just ask the property owners in Sumter County. This article cites the unrealistically low impact fees. It results in a windfall for the people moving there because they don't have to pay the true amount that the increased population costs the county. So in order to lower the cost for people moving there, they're raising the taxes on everyone who already lives there by 26%. The current residents are subsidizing the move of new residents. Hillsborough County put a 270-day moratorium on an area where the infrastructure is outpaced by growth. The growth has outpaced the roads, schools, and other infrastructure improvements needed to handle more people and cars. The developments in South Tampa have outpaced the infrastructure. We are not asking for a moratorium.
10 seconds,
Build what the
go ahead.
zoning allows. But if they need exceptions and variances and waivers and rezoning, just say no.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate
Thank
it. Next one, please. And please, futile statement again. Please, no clapping. Thank you. No happiness.
My name is Steve Meadows. I'm the treasurer of the Port Tampa Civic Association. I have not been sworn.
Go for it. Mr. Crew, if you don't mind, sir. And if anybody else here is going to be speaking this evening who has not been sworn in, please prepare to be sworn in.
You swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I've actually been asked by the president of the Civic Association to read a letter that may be slightly redundant, but it has to do with the acceptance or denial or refusal of the question about this piece of property or whether we support it or not. So, to the members of City Council, on behalf of the Civic Association of Port Tampa, I want to clear up, this is from Callie Dino, who was the president. I want to clear up some confusion brought from the statements that made at the City Council meeting on Thursday, November the 14th. Our president and vice president met with the members of the ZOM team a few times, but did not grant approval or agreement of the project. While we appreciated them hearing our concerns regarding traffic problems and flooding issues, we simply do not support a large development of apartments being built on Interbay. Had we granted support, we would have supplied a letter of support to be presented and read at the City Council meeting. Truett Gardner requested the letter of approval from our association, but we did not and would not supply the letter. In summary, the Port Tampa Civic Association president and board members do not support this project and never gave approval before the first hearing. Thank you.
And if I may ask, sir, I mean, this is almost splitting hairs here. The association doesn't support it, but is it affirmatively opposing it? Or is it agnostic? Is it?
Ultimately, I think that everything that's been said tonight is that all of the apartments that are happening south of Gandy is strangling the community. Mm. It's strangling the community. It is unique. I've lived there for 65 years.
And if I may, though, in other words, is the Civic Association of Port Tampa City any specific statement formally opposing it? That's all I'm wanting to know.
We are opposed to it.
Okay, I didn't know. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for public comment? Okay, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Council, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just want to, for the record, address an issue that I believe needs to be brought to your attention. It's the issue of the private development between the Gandy Civic Association and the developer in this petition relative to the tree project. I want to advise Council that a private agreement between these parties should have no place in your determination as to the value of that agreement and the purpose for that agreement. In other words, that is not within your purview to address. I can say that the approval or disapproval of a neighborhood association is not itself competent substantial evidence. It is the facts and the basis upon which they make their decision brought to your attention as facts and evidence, competent substantial evidence, subject to the weight of the evidence. Now, I can say that an agreement such as this could go to the weight of the evidence, but in terms of actually making your decision or basing your decision on the existence of this agreement or the weight or benefit of that project should not be considered by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And just for the record, thank you for that, Mr. Shelby. I was inquiring on the position just out of pure curiosity that it has no relevancy to my decision. Just for the record.
No, but granted, but again, the purpose, it's good to know ultimately why they take the position that they do. And that's evidence that you can rely on if you choose to, given the weight of it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Gardner, if you wish to have rebuttal. Councilman Dingfelder.
Question to staff.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Mr. Gardner before Councilman Dingfelder.
Sorry, Mr. Gardner. Just a question to staff. I'm looking at the And any staff who wants to jump in on this, either planning commission staff or perhaps Mr. Scott. In looking at the planning commission's report, it appears, and I need confirmation of this, it says, quote, portions of the site are in the coastal high hazard area, an area below the elevation of the Category 1 storm surge line as defined, blah, 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 blah. The slosh line, I always like that. So somebody could confirm that to me. And then number two, on the prior page 3 of the Planning Commission staff report, it says, references CM Objective 1.2, maintain and reduce hurricane clearance times within the city as a component of maintaining and reducing evacuation times for the county and region. And I guess specifically I would ask Mr. Scott if anybody on the city staff has evaluated the project's impact, after David speaks, the project's impact on hurricane evacuation. And then, of course, I would ask the petitioner to speak to that as well, if they've looked at that. Mr. Hay.
David Hay, Planning Commission staff. You are correct. The majority of the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area.
And does the Planning Commission go further than that in terms of its evaluation, or you just point out the policy? What I read.
That's really the objective. The policies are, that's why we always include a policy underneath, because that's the implementing mechanisms of the objectives. So that objective is included because of CM policy 1.2.2, which talks about rezoning in the coastal planning area that increases the number of residential units shall mitigate the impact on shelter space demands based on shelter space level of service.
Right,
so the applicant just has to meet that policy direction.
Right. My concern is not shelter space, because those shelters are, I don't know where they are, but undoubtedly they're going to be somewhere north, north, and everybody has to get to the shelter. My concern is what CM Objective 1.2 speaks to, which is maintaining and reducing evacuation times. That I would presume we're talking about times to get out of your home, to get out of the area, to get to the shelter. Has the Planning Commission looked at that as related to this project?
Again, that's done by unincorporated Hillsborough County for our entire region, for our county. I do believe that the city does look at it also again at permitting, but I'll let transportation.
Okay, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Scott, Transportation. Our emergency management folks do look at these things, and there's also
they look at it holistically, but not as related to this project?
That's correct.
Okay.
I also point out there is a project on Inner Bay to increase the capacity as well that our transportation folks have in play as well.
Where is that on Inner Bay?
It's on Inner Bay between Manhattan and Del Mabry.
Okay, and is this project specifically paying into that project?
Not specifically. It would pay into the area.
Okay, thank you. But in regard to coastal high hazard, nobody on city staff has specifically looked at this to figure out what impacts these several hundred units might have on evacuation.
Not that specifically.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burton.
True, Gardner 400 North Ashley Drive. A lot to unpack here. I'm going to try to, we were taking copious notes in the back, and I'm going to go through kind of point by point and then save a couple of items for our experts to delve further into. And I'll try to go in sequential order. My dear friend, Miss Stephanie Pointer, she started with SOG is overbuilt. You can make the argument for that, but I think it's important to look at this property. This property is TU-24, it's IG. As a matter of right, you can go down and pull permits for 650,000 square feet of industrial general uses. Our traffic consultant is going to go over what the traffic impact of the by right is versus what we're proposing you'll find from our experts that it is significantly less. Traffic was her second point. We're going to address that at length. And then she also mentioned both here and at our meeting her concern for grocery stores. This site was, there was a broker that was involved, also with ZOM. The broker at the time was looking at the site for a Publix location, and they decided there wasn't enough density in the area. The lines of communication were kept open. Ms. Pointer mentioned that grocery store issue at our meeting with her. We looked into it further. Kyle Clayton with ZOM called that broker. It turns out the Florida Rock site on Dale Mabry, just to the east of this, is currently in permitting specifically for a grocery store. And it sounds like Publix is who has been named. And one of the decisions on making their final decision will be, are there enough rooftops to support that retail? Not that this is going to make or break it, but this is exactly the type of stuff that they look to. I'm going to jump to Mr. Citro, and then John, I'll come back to you. You mentioned or had the question of mixed use and no retail amenities. This came out at a hearing before. It's not the project that you look at with that, it's the area as a whole. So again, to that point, what you look at is this is providing residential, which is going to allow and cause those retail uses to flourish. And that's the type of thing you want in the community. So it's not a site-by-site basis, it's an overall basis. So I think we've proven that point. Mr. Dingfelder, to you, transportation impact fees, our experts are going to ring in on that. Hurricane evacuation and coastal high hazard. We're going to delve further into that. Practically, though, and I know that was used as the basis of denial for the project on Tyson. I'll remind you that was on the water. This is mid-peninsula. Secondly, the agency I would defer to as it relates to hurricane-type issues is FEMA. We only have a very small portion of our property that touches the FEMA, and they call theirs coastal high hazard as well. But again, we'll get further into the comprehensive plan aspects of that as well. Mr. Citro, back to you. You said you were going to ask the question on E2 and E3 pay grades and where we are and how we fit within this.
Then my first question is, what is the median cost of one of these units before you answer what the average pay grade is?
Okay. So,
Just 1 second.
Sure.
Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. I just want to.
I understand. I know.
I just want to remind City Council that this sort of information can only be informational. All the information that you get that must relate to a particular code section or a comprehensive plan section. And so, well, if Mr. Garner wants to spend his time answering that question, I just want to make sure that it's not going to be the basis for approval or denial of this application unless you can identify a code section.
And thank you, Ms. Kirk, but I am going back to land use policy 9.6.2.
So, Mr. Citro, to your question, if you look, we've got the unit mix on the left side, combination 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and then if you go all the way to the right are the starting rents. You see them starting at $1,300 and topping out at $1,800 a month. As it relates to E2 pay grade, this is the basic housing allowance in Tampa, Florida, with dependents, $1,800. That's our max rent. Without dependents, $1,425. All of, let me make sure I'm correct here, every single one of the 1 bedroom units, with the exception of the 1 bedroom with dens, fit within that. Ms. Strohmeyer.
So, and I'm just going back, so after
Sure.
rent, how much would this E2 be able to save?
I don't know the answer to that. Those
Thank
are the
you.
standards they use.
Thank you.
And
Just
again,
asking the question.
to clarify, that is their basic housing allowance. I'm not sure whether they use the typical standard of 30% or what they use, but those are their standards.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
You've got 33608 there. I don't know what that is, but wait. Anyway.
I don't Let's see, Ms. Strohmeyer, she mentioned the J-Lou study, and that is true. And Mr. Miranda, Mr. Dinkle, you may remember when that was done, what MacDill Air Force Base is they designated, basically the Tampa International Airport has the MAP zones. They designated an area where they basically downzone. We were outside of outside of all those.
And Mr. Garner, I'll stop you there if I may. How much more time do you think you need with your expert, et cetera? I don't.
Probably 5 more minutes.
No problem. Go ahead.
And then, let's see, Ms. Strohmeyer also, I believe that was the main one. Everything else was traffic related as well. Ms. Bennett, coastal high hazard area, we're going to get into that. School board, again, that came up at a prior hearing. And on that, we will be paying our school impact fees. That is an issue for permitting. And if there's inadequate capacity at that time, we will have a permitting issue. But that is not for this council to decide. And so with that, I'm going to turn things over to Christopher Hatton on traffic, and then Tyler Hudson on a couple of the issues, and then we'll close.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional traffic engineer with the firm of Kimley Horn. Born and raised in Tampa, and actually I live less than a mile away from the site, actually in the landing, so I'm very familiar with this. Try to run through some of these issues fairly quickly, but as Jonathan talked about, we did do a comprehensive study for this site specifically. And I think one of the big things that I think everybody knows, that the main generator, obviously, of traffic in this area is the Air Force Base. Unfortunately, the main reason for a lot of the congestion is actually the security at each of the gates. Being able to actually have to get folks through down, heading south from residents going down into the base. Now again, one of the aspects here, residential developments that you'd be coming here, as they develop, if they're heading north, that's opposite of traffic to the folks coming to the gate or going to the base. And if obviously people are going to the base, the vehicle miles traveled, which is an important critical aspect, is a very short, in this case, right across the street from Tanker Way. To answer your question, in terms of our portionate share, plus our multimodal impact fee, we're over $150,000 that we'll be paying. That amount can go into the district, which is the Inner Bay district there, that could go into the various improvements. And one of the specific improvements I think that is important that has been talked about, there are two basically levels. There are the ones that are being done right now as we talk. This is basically one that is being has already been designed and is actually already underway in terms of the actual construction, in terms of what will be designed and improved. This is actually Inner Bay just east of Manhattan, which will be a second right turn lane, which will help funnel folks into the Tanker Way driveway, which is again one of those main things that is literally the low-hanging fruit. In addition, the intersection here at Manhattan and Inner Bay is going to be evaluated for retiming to help funnel the traffic through the intersection more efficiently. One of the other items, as Mr. Gardner said, talked about the by right in terms of what can be actually done. Talks about residential, and a lot of residential will by right the actual site, the over 600,000 square feet that is allowed on site from the warehousing, the light industrial, and the manufacturing can have well up to 6 times amount of traffic is what we are proposing here, which you see on the far right by the 216 apartments that are being proposed. I think one of the big questions that certainly we've heard about is, obviously there is traffic, we're not denying that, but ultimately how do we deal with the traffic? Now the 2040, the Long Range Transportation Plan, deals with improvements in and around the area. The main one, and I think this hits on several different areas, and I'll wrap up with this, is the Inner Bay improvement. As it was mentioned by Mr. Scott, this is actually a improvement that's going to be paid for by the surtax that's going to be in the next 2020 fiscal year with a surtax that ultimately is going to widen Inner Bay to a complete 3-lane section from Manhattan all the way to Bayshore. And the reason why this is so critical, not only that it fronts our actual driveway, but also because it's something, Mr. Fingers, that you talked about, and that's evacuation times and clearance times. So in this area, these are the evacuation routes. The main one, obviously, that everyone's focused on in this area is certainly Dale Mabry. From our development to get to Dale Mabry, the only way to do it straight is through Inner Bay. Inner Bay is being, again, increased in capacity widened to a 3 full-lane section. So this directly helps to reduce the actual evacuation time for this area specifically. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
And Councilman Dingfelder, stop this.
Mr. Hatt.
Yep.
Thank you. Actually, it's kind of interesting. The map you have up right now shows your project, and it shows the current evacuation route, which is up Manhattan.
There are several, but the main evacuation one is basically on Del Mabry. These
Well,
are all evacuations to the shelters.
No, I know, but
Okay.
I'm just looking at the map you just provided. It looks like the current, that the way it's showing to get to Del Mabry is going up Manhattan and then jogging over to the right on what? On Gandy?
These are actually just routes to the shelters. The evacuation route is up Del Mabry. So these are just routes to the actual shelters. This is not a pure evacuation to leave the peninsula.
Okay. So what is the closest shelter?
The school basically, I think would be Smith Middle School is right here, just to the north.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Smith.
It's basically.
What is
up,
Smith?
It could be, I think it's the old
5 miles
Monroe.
to get it.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's the one that might be Monroe now. I'm not sure.
None of those schools are down in South Texas. I know of.
Yes, there's Monroe just east of, on West Shore, just east of West Shore, across from the Bowery. The Bowery development.
Okay. Is your project doing anything to mitigate evacuation as stated by the objective 1.2 that I read before?
Yes, and again, that goes to, this area is the Inner Bay District where the multimodal funds plus our proportionate share of over $150,000 is being paid into, and one of those specific improvements, the one that is actually scheduled for 2020, is to increase the capacity of Inner Bay to a 3-lane section, which again fronts our front doorstep onto Inner Bay, all the directly east to Dale Mabry, which is the main evacuation route.
Not to be argumentative, but I thought the multimodal fund went into multimodal buses and
It could be, no,
massive.
that just means it could be included, such improvements such as pedestrian, bicycle, and trains, it could be included. Doesn't exclude automobiles. It just, back in the day, it only could be used for automobiles. When it became a multimodal fund, it could be inclusive of multimodal transit trips.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, Smith Middle School, I have on the Googles in Citrus Park.
I knew.
Maybe it's Monroe. Yeah.
I knew there was
That's
a
the
reason.
closest one, probably Monroe.
Okay, sir, you're back on the clock.
In the 48 seconds we have left, I'd just like to conclude with, from a legal standpoint, we have met our burden. We've been found to be consistent. The only inconsistency in the staff report was on the slight parking variance for the visitors parking, which was not discussed. Further, we've introduced competent substantial evidence in the form of expert testimony from our arborist at the former hearing, from our traffic consultant at the former hearing and this hearing, and we believe we've met that burden. Practically, we have reached out to the neighborhood. We did exactly what Councilmember Dingfelder suggested in going to the Gandy Sunbay South Association, and we have the unanimous support of the board, which we're proud of. This is going to be a wonderful development of the highest quality, and we're proud to bring it in front of you, and we would ask for your approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments by council before we close? Okay, may I have a motion to close? Motion to close by Councilman Escalco, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council? I'll say, I mean, I just give my thoughts on it. It's this is one of those issues where land use development and legal issues meet bad policy decisions that have been made over the last several years in terms of investing in infrastructure. When I look at some of those transportation plans and ideas that are put forward, are those going to happen? One of them, I think, was just design, et cetera. How much relevancy that has in terms of what's binding on us in our decision legally is one thing, but I state this just as a basic statement, which is that what suffers south of Gandy, a lot of communities suffer from. I certainly in District 7. I always say that there's parts of Tampa where we're a size 38 waist, we're wearing size 36 pants, and every day we're eating at McDonald's. And a lot of communities suffer from that, obviously, but that's more of a policy decision that I think this council is extremely sympathetic on. And if anything, the comments here tonight, I think, show us, and a couple weeks ago, just how compelling and how much of an acute need there is in the south of Gandy community. It's certainly something, being a person who lives in Hunter's Green, but represents all the city in terms of constituents, even though I'm a district person, has been extremely, don't want to use the word educational, but I'll use it, educational. So just a personal statement. What council members think.
Mr. Chairman, let me say this, sir. I think you're right on. Times change. And when you look at other states within those cities and you see the failures, Me being a public safety person, I always take those things to heart when I see the failures. I don't know if any of you, but I've worked in a lot of storm, flood, hurricanes. And I worked down there south of Gandy. So I understand when I look at when I was down in the 90s working versus where it is now. It's really improved, the area. But you got a lot of people in a small area. And I think city staff eventually will need to get with the county as well and look at the emergency management policies, look at the density in that area down there, the base, because most military bases don't like to be around a lot of people. And when you're talking about what's going on down South Gandy, I look at, one day we might lose McDill because you've got too many people, and military bases don't like to be around people because there is so much security needed for that base. And I know when I worked south of Gandy one time, McDill was calling because people were trying to get over the fence over there. So I think it's going to come a time, and I think that time is now, and I'm just giving a forewarning to staff that we're going to need to start looking into some policies and getting with the county, because this is going to be an issue. When I look at there are only a couple of main roads to get out, and when I look at all these developments, and I like development, you need it, but when it starts to hurt the people, there's an issue. I'm still reflecting how I would vote on this issue. Again, I'm going to look at what the policies are and what the law allows me to do, but I have very, very concerns for the development that's going on south of Gandy. It is very troubling at this time for me.
And I'll say, and Councilman Dingfelder, I'll say, public safety is a big card to play. I don't mean that in a cynical way. It's a big assertion to put in terms of a development. If it's a compelling issue, that's certainly something that is binding on all of us. I don't know if any competent, substantial evidence has been provided that we can rely upon for a decision here tonight. And I say that I don't know, I don't believe so, that would lead to a proper denial based upon that. I state that as a question, by the way, just as a question for discussion. Councilman Dingfelder.
Okay. With all due respect to Mr. Chairman, I beg to disagree. I'm going to move to deny the proposed rezoning, and I'll state my reasons in detail in a second. First, I want to say compliment Mr. Gardner and his team. Mr. Gardner always does a good job, excellent job for his client, and I appreciate the fact that you did take an extra month and reach out to the neighborhood and to the neighborhood association and try and work something out. It's always appreciated. We'll see where it goes, but I just wanted to give that shout out because I think it's important for everybody to try and work together. With that, I'm going to move to deny REZ 19-69, I think it is 69, as inconsistent with Tampa Comprehensive Plan due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. And specifically, one of my main focuses, as it's been stated probably a lot for the last half hour, is the coastal high hazard zone. We didn't necessarily, at least this council didn't necessarily create the coastal high hazard zone. That's done by scientists. They map out these areas based upon elevation and slosh maps, et cetera, et cetera. But it's uncontroverted that a good portion of this project site is within the coastal high hazard area. And as such, it's subject to the provision that I spoke to a minute ago that I just misplaced. Hold on, who's got somebody hand me the planning commission's, hold on, I got it. I apologize. It's subject to the condition that's referenced in the planning commission report, specifically CM Objective 1.2, which says that it's our obligation to maintain and reduce hurricane clearance times within the city as a component of maintaining and reducing evacuation times for the county and region. There is competent substantial evidence tonight from various folks who've spoke, not only the folks who live down in that area, but also from the experts, that we have a problem down there. And we know why we have a problem, because the roads directly adjacent to this project today include 2-lane Interbay, 2-lane Manhattan, and to the west, 2-lane West Shore. And if you're lucky enough to get down to McDill Avenue, you got 2 lanes down there too. And the only road that's 4 lanes is Dale Mabry. And Lord knows if a hurricane's coming and everybody heads toward Dale Mabry, that's going to be worse than any of them. And then I asked the question about mitigating that, and I've known this expert for many, many years, and he's a good guy, and I believe him and I trust him, but he indicates, well, we've contributed $100,000 to widen that little section of Interbay right there. Well, that might help. That might help get you a couple 100 feet out of the, to get you out of that neighborhood, but it sure as heck isn't going to help you get out of the entire south of Gandy. I think people will be stuck down there, and I think that approving more and more projects, including this one, is just going to exacerbate that problem. So let me cite some additional policies that I'm concerned with in addition to the coastal high hazard area. Additionally, and they spoke to this more last month than they did today, but they're asking for waivers of section 27284.2.5 as related to a removal of 5 non-hazardous grand trees. In other words, 5 healthy grand trees, and we looked at those last month, as well as to increase the percentage of total trees removed from the site from 50%, which is the allowable removal, to up to 90%, which is almost total removal. I don't believe there's competent substantial evidence to justify that, okay? I think that perhaps if this was a single-family development, maybe there could be more saving of those trees. I don't know. But with this kind of density, sure, you've got to cover the entire site with dirt and then start over, and obviously that's why you got to kill all those trees. That there's testimony from the neighborhood, from my friend Jeffrey, who with the neighborhood association, who said they're so concerned about the tree removal that they kind of shrugged their shoulders and said, well, if the project has to be developed, we'll try and plant trees elsewhere. Well, I think that's a good effort, Jeffrey, and I applaud you for your creativity. I mean that in all sincerity. But I would say let's not remove the trees to start with. And so I believe that they haven't satisfied that. The other request on the waiver side is section 27-283.7 to reduce the required number of parking spaces from 360 to 310. Neither side really spoke to that in particular, but again, I think the burden is on the petitioner to justify why they should have a 14% reduction in parking spaces. If there's not enough parking within the project, then visitors and guests might kind of slosh out into the surrounding areas. And then specifically, Mr. Shelby, our attorney, points me to section 27-139(4), which speaks to waivers.
Yes, and Mr. Dingfelder, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the purpose I did that is that if you do rely on your waiver issue, I would appreciate you citing to the specific section of the code.
Correct.
In that regard.
Correct. No, I appreciate that clarification. The 27-139(4) speaks to the criteria for consideration of the waiver, which I don't believe they've met. Paren A says the design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of the waiver. I haven't heard that kind of testimony that's persuasive to me on that issue. Paren B says the waiver will not substantially interfere with the rights of others. We've heard testimony at a minimum about the loss of trees that substantially interferes with everybody's right, and frankly it interferes with our tree code. Paren C speaks to that the waiver is in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the chapter, the LDRs, and the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And again, I've already spoken to the inconsistencies there. And finally, Paren D, that allowing the waiver will result in substantial justice being done, considering the public benefits intended. And again, I guess that's up for each one of us to decide. That's sort of a balancing of the individual hardships versus the overall well-being of the project. In my opinion, I don't believe I think that on balance, it comes down to the injustice being done to the community as compared to any individual hardships that might fall on the property owner or petitioner. I think that's it. My motion is to deny.
Thank you. Councilman, any discussion on the motion before we vote? Okay. Anything from staff before we vote? I know, right? Okay, nothing? Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, all and seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously, and yes, all of the code sections will be on the recording. Thank you.
And now we're going to break for 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Recess.